Let's see. Does this work at all? Um, Loop. Testing. Loop. Okay, that works. Hey, Michael. Hey, Holy Gore. I need to see if I can bring up. Uh, oh, we have a random two Twitch chatters. I'm surprised. Twitch is usually not that doesn't immediately get doesn't get anything that or not early in the stream. The qualified trans man is in fact that they are transitioning from one thing to another. Yeah, exactly. I see. It's a it's a qualifier essentially. It still goes into like if you're going to draw like a diagram, you could have this whole category of woman, and then you have cis woman and trans woman, and I guess there's like I guess you could have like an other woman, um, or other classifications inside of like that category too. So, but they're all under fall underneath the woman. The same thing goes for man and non-binary. Uppies, yeah, you can come uppies. How do I? Oh, hey Cole, how you
Hey
doing today?
friend.
How's your tattoo
I'm
feeling?
alright, how about you? What did you say?
How's your tattoo feeling?
A little sore, but not bad at all.
I can tell you
I
like
just wanted.
just woke up. You're like,
Yeah. Um, so I wanted to correct IC because trans does not mean transition or transitioning. Transgender means that your gender does not align with your sex. Trans itself just means on the other side of, like the transatlantic slave trade. That was on the other side of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean.
oh,
Yeah, sorry about that. I had an alarm go off. That's all that trans means is on the other side of. It is a qualifier, like you were saying, but it does not mean transition, which is a very like common misconception often made with transgender. So I just wanted to correct that information as well, real quick.
Poppy, what do you mean by Teslas are fueled by gas? What does that have to do with anything? Is that like saying that like yeah they're also cars? Because like I would agree that Teslas are cars, uh, but like electric cars are cars as well in the same sense that gasoline cars are also cars. They just fall into this the same um, the same circle. God gave you a gender and don't change it. Gender is a social construct, Jesus. I know that this didn't have didn't exist back in ye old times of Jesus, but
It actually did.
well not
Jesus
like
was Jewish, and Jews recognized six genders, which is what I was telling you the other day. So when religion is brought up in this topic, I think it's kind of fun because I can literally prove to you that Jesus recognized six to eight genders.
oh yeah I totally forgot about yeah no it's oh so if Jesus wasn't Jewish why did he practice all the Jewish traditions such as Passover?
For real.
Why does he
I'm
worship the same
even with
God?
Christians, it's rare for me to see people say Jesus wasn't Jewish. Like,
Like
excuse me?
like if you were to look at the time like technically yeah we can see that he had like a different sect of what of Judaism at the time was like he believed in the that there is like a kingdom of God coming soon. That he was it's debated whether or not he was if he said that he was the king of God or he was the son of God, but by all reasonable accounts he did practice Judaism.
And was considered a rabbi for a period of his life, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I would agree that his teachings didn't align with exactly up with the same
Hmm.
views that were seen at the or like popular views at the time and place that he was, but he definitely was by all like reasonable accounts Jewish. Ethnically, he was from I forget what ethnicity he was. Um,
We know he's from the Levant region, but it's kind of hard to pinpoint that with where everything has turned into nowadays as well.
we have Astrid
Hey.
up here too. Hi, Astrid.
Hi, Astrid.
Hi. Mind if I join you for a bit?
No, you must be sent down to the Shadow Realm. Eternal punishment for you. How dare you question me? I am your god. No. I redid yet again my background and how I have things set up because I used to have the join if you disagree in the same box as like the prompt, but
Now you can move stuff around more, right?
yeah
Nice.
Is someone in the chat saying Jesus was not Jewish?
yeah we were talking
Yeah,
about that.
What the hell?
right.
What the fuck else would you have been?
I'm gonna accept Matt up. Hey Matt, can I get your age just for TikTok terms of service reasons?
Yeah, I'm 32.
All right. Do you disagree that trans women are women?
Yes.
Why would you disagree?
Well, I don't think you can actually transition. You can't.
Okay,
Let me
so
explain.
okay.
Why did I
A
grow
woman
tits?
transitions to a man. It's not a man, it's just a woman with a fake penis. Same goes with a man.
Right.
If a man turns into a woman, it's just a man with his dick cut off.
Well, you
So, do
you
you
just
understand the difference between sex and gender?
Well, they cohere with each other, but there's a little bit of a definitional difference.
So what is?
Um,
Sorry. Go on, Steph.
they
I'll pause.
typically do align. Like, trans people are about like 1 to 3% of the population. If we average that out to about 2%, then 98% of the time you're right. And socially, we kind of build the constructs of woman and man around what we would typically see out of the sexes of female and male. But when you're trans, it's just not true that they are aligned in that way and that they do connect in that way. Um, so yeah, there's just more of a difference. Like, and we don't discount our biology. Like, just because I'm trans non-binary doesn't mean I discount the fact that I'm female. So I can recognize both at the same time. I'm not saying like, hey, I'm a man or something like that, and I'm a male. I mean, if I was a trans man, then I would say I'm a man, and I'd be right. But I'm
No,
not
you
saying I'm a
wouldn't.
male or anything. So I totally still like recognize like, hey, I'm female, but I'm definitely non-binary as well.
So you agree with me that trans men aren't men and trans women aren't women?
No, I disagree with you. Trans women are women who are male. Trans men
That,
are
that,
men
that
who
doesn't
are
make any
female.
sense.
It does if you separate sex and gender.
Well, separating sex and gender causes a bunch of problems.
Like what?
Like, I'll try to give you an example. What if I went under surgery to make my skin black? I'm still a European, even though my skin is
We
black.
At least
I'm
I am
not
not going to
African
bring that up
American.
because we don't have black people up here, and being transracial doesn't mean that. It means that you are adopted into a family that doesn't have the race that you have. That's what it means. So I never talk about that. I never make that comparison because I'm not black and I'm not the person who should be speaking on that. But it is a very inaccurate comparison because race also isn't a social construct that isn't based on something physical like phenotype. It is in that case. So you can't have in your like gender is in your brain. It's a neuropsychosocial construct. So you can't have race just in your brain and not on your body like that. That's not how that works. So that's just not an accurate comparison to me.
But I just don't understand. A trans woman is still not a woman.
A trans
It's just
woman
a man
is a
in a
male
Halloween
who
costume.
has undergone a like.
It doesn't matter what if they went under surgery. It's
You know
fake. It
do
wasn't
you know
on
what
them
intersex
originally.
is? Do you know
It
what
doesn't.
intersex is?
Well, no, it's the same
Shut up.
example I made with
Do
the
you know
African
what
American.
intersex
Yes,
is?
I know it's race, but it's still a good analogy.
Shut.
It's
Do you know what intersex is?
intersex. I don't. I'm a virgin, dude.
No way. No way. Um, so intersex is
I
just
grant
like
that.
is it's just a classification that like about like 2% of all individuals worldwide aren't like fall they don't fall strictly into like their genitals and physical appearance don't fall directly into what we traditionally classify as male and female.
Oh yeah, they can look like a woman, but they have a penis.
Um,
Is that like people like those? Yeah, that's just a genetic disorder.
No.
it's in a like there's generally some sort of like reason for it happening, but I wouldn't call it a disorder. A disorder implies like a normative thing. Um,
That's not normal, and there's something fucked up in their genes for that to happen. So
It's a common thing in all animals.
Under that logic, blue
that's
eyes
not
are
that's not a
something
common
that
thing for humans.
so
Yes, it
blue
is.
eyes
For
are
them to
just
have for say it looks like a girl, she has a lot of estrogen, she has boobs, has like
What
her
do you
skeletal
classify as a woman?
structure is a
What is a
woman, but she
woman?
has a penis born that way. That's a genetic
Well,
mutation
how would you classify that?
for
because
people in chat, yeah, we are animals. We are apes. We are primates. We
we're
are by
part ape, we're not
definition
full on ape.
We are
we
apes.
are
That's
apes. It is
absolutely
just we fall
insane
in the
to say.
classification of apes, so therefore we are apes.
We are Homo
That's like
sapiens.
it's like saying that a stoat in the background
We
isn't
don't
a
belong on
weasel.
this earth.
Do you think the image in the background, that animal, is not a weasel?
No, well, no, I said we're part ape.
Is
Our
that
physical body's an
you didn't
ape.
answer my question? Did you see that? Do you see the animal in the background? Is that a
Yes, I
weasel?
agree with you.
Okay, so then we're apes under the
No,
same
because
reasons that that's a
we're
weasel.
different from any other animal.
No, we're not. How?
We're not
How
supposed to
so?
be on this earth.
Do you know
Really?
why?
Do you think we're
You were
aliens?
classified as apes? It's
You could
because
it's we're actually similar to aliens because we weren't completely made up on earth.
That is
well, that's a claim.
source.
Um,
I'll try to how come humans because we go against our nature and we understand abstract concepts No animal can understand abstract concepts except
Dolphins,
us.
corvids.
You need something more than just a brain to understand abstract concepts.
There's many animals. Elephants, corvids,
No,
dolphins,
elephants don't know what the
whales.
law of contradiction is. They don't understand abstract
Elephants
concepts.
practice worship. Elephants have language.
They don't practice worship.
Yes, they've been seen worshiping the moon. They have funerals.
Yeah, they bury
They
their
mourn.
dead.
Yeah, that's just mourning a death. That's not an abstract concept.
What do you
Well, they
think
still
death is?
they understand that the idea that this thing was once living, and I think that's some level of abstraction that, and they understand that this was once an individual.
They don't even know what individual is. They don't even know words. They don't even know language like that.
Well, I would
They
just
do.
vehemently
They
disagree with
mourn.
you on that. Other animals, such as like chimpanzees, have complex syntaxical based languages. So that means that the words that they say change meaning based off of the other words around them.
That's not abstract.
Dolphins have accents and dialects.
Yeah.
Cor-
But
Magpies perform like
What elephant knows the
corporeal
law of identity?
negotiations.
None of them think like that.
Like clearly, we've observed them doing that. Like,
The law of identity?
do you?
They never discovered that. They
I,
can't make a theory about that. They can't make theories.
so they might not be able to describe like these super abstract like ideas such as logic, but like logic didn't even we didn't understand logic for I don't know 300,000
It
years or
didn't
so.
matter. We still use logic.
Okay, so then they also use logic. They
We
understand
can't
that.
help but to use logic. That's a presupposition. We presuppose the law of identity. You could say the animals do too, but they don't know what that is. They
Well,
don't
yeah.
even think about it. They're just living.
Well, they do think about
They
things.
can't discover that.
They do understand like like ideas of what's fair and what's not. Chimpanzees have been seen. Chimpanzees and bonobos social structures usually have like a dominant male, and the whenever the way that these dominant males are decided are through like fighting each other. Um, but what's interesting is that whenever we see two male
Well,
chimpanzees fight, and try to overthrow the current leader, the others don't listen. They don't like actually follow along with the two new ones, because they understand that it's not fair. So they have some
well,
like understanding of fairness, and this has just been like I can pull up papers that have talk about
well,
this if you'd like.
well. The thing about concepts, I don't think concepts are fake. I think they're real. I think concepts still exist. If all humans are off the earth,
Well, they're certainly
they
not
still have a
physical
force.
in any sense.
Hey, Shifty
They're
Eyes. Sorry,
immaterial.
I'm not. Matt, shut up for a second. What is the only bone in the human body that's gender specific? Are you referring to when archaeologists find skeletons? Because you are aware that they identify skeletons by their clothing and their burial, like what they're buried with, far more than anything to do with their skeleton. There's like a 10% chance they get an accurate diagnosis of the skeleton's sex.
Usually they'd have to do something like genomic sequencing to know for sure, anyways.
Which they don't bother. There's many finds, like graves, that have been reclassified since they've been like genomically genotyped. That originally they thought there was a man, ended up being a woman or male. So yeah, if you use that, that's just idiots. Idiot transphobes only use that. Actual people who know anything about archaeology would never say that.
Oh,
Correct. That's such a great point. Did Matt just run? Or did he
I
leave
think so.
earlier? I'm just now noticing. Oh, okay, lovely.
let me see if they're requesting backup, because it's possible that it's sometimes whatchamacallit drops them for like no reason, because
Yeah.
TikTok's a great app.
Lovely.
It's not sarcastic in any way.
Yeah, just completely ignore the point. Shifty Eyes, you're an idiot. Sorry,
Right?
I was watching AG's live for like an hour trying to get on because this one guy was like really pissing me off. So I'm just working out aggression right now, honestly.
Do it.
Okay, well then I will bring up the next person. Oh,
I've never heard so many false claims about archaeology in my life. Holy shit.
do you agree that trans women are women?
No,
Why
they're
don't
How do
men.
you
you?
think archaeology works?
How does
How do you think they
archaeology
identify
work?
bodies?
So,
Well, there's a combination of factors in order to identify bodies. You can use, as
Burial
you
goods,
said,
clothing.
clothing and jewelry if that is attainable or in the area. Otherwise, they will determine it through the structure of the skeleton, particularly the pelvic bone
The
and
pelvic bone,
the
the
femurs.
variation in pelvic bones between genders is minuscule. There is
You are
very different.
demonstrably wrong by every measure of
Then pull
analysis.
up a source.
I don't need to pull. Oh my God!
Pull
Just
up
You
a
do.
source.
pull up an anatomy chart. You fucking idiot.
If you
How
pulled
many
one up,
people?
you
How
could prove
many of you
yourself wrong
people
in 2
continue to
seconds.
deny blatant reality to pursue
I'm
your
literally
own
doing a history
I'm
gratification?
degree.
wondering
I'm
why
minoring in
you are.
archaeology. You're a piece
You're
of
not
shit.
minoring in archaeology. You are a mentally ill male.
Oh my God. All
okay,
right. Well,
so,
why don't
Oh,
you
so
think that trans women are women?
wait,
Let's see if we
Why?
can work this
Because
out real
what
quick.
is a woman? A woman is an adult human female. A
That is
female.
not the definition of woman by
Yes, it
Stanford
is.
Medicine. Would
Yes,
you
it
like the
is.
one by
Yes, it
Stanford
is. You
Medicine?
can, whether or not you want to agree or disagree with my definition is irrelevant to the fact that you are wrong and you cannot accept
The
reality on its
Yet
definition
face.
is
you
what
yet you
makes it
refuse
right
to
or
bring up
wrong.
any
It's
sources. You're just
completely
yelling.
irrelevant.
I'm going to keep yelling because you guys are fools and everything you
So, if
preach is
you want,
demonstrably
let
wrong
me
and
just, yeah,
inadequate
you got it,
with
Stoke. Look at
reality.
that definition and tell me if that's the
Okay,
same exact
Snowflake.
definition or if that is a different one and the right one because it's by a medical
I don't give a
college.
shit about your Stanford definition.
oh, well then,
Stanford.
You
Oh,
don't care
great.
about the
I
truth
can
then.
find a bunch of
We can just
libertard
take that as a
fucking
reductio.
retards. I can
Okay,
find a
well,
bunch of
you
Oh,
need
there's a
not
libtards
do
in
slur.
that because we
college
don't
to
do those
change the
slurs up here.
definition
We
to
don't do
suit.
that. We don't do that. Bye.
Let me.
We don't do that.
we're not
Sorry.
gonna swear.
Not sorry. He threw the R slur, and I'm like, absolutely not. Bye.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It's unacceptable. Please start using slurs.
Y'all are
No, we
welcome to
didn't.
come up and have these discussions. Just please don't do that kind of stuff because that puts our life at risk. That puts your account at risk. Just don't be an asshole, please.
Whoever said that, did I just cancel his free speech? No, I just, this is my live. Actually, no, it's our live, brothers,
Yeah.
comrades. That's gonna trigger some people.
And people so much so do not realize, like, when freaking, I know this is a brief topic change, but when Jimmy Kimmel got fired, like, that was blocking free speech because he was speaking out against bigger systems and political systems and stuff like MAGA. And now on a live between personal people, that's when people get upset because they don't even understand the First Amendment. I'm like, that's not even what it's for.
Let's see, I need to bring back up. Okay, I'm gonna bring up the next person,
All right.
which was Christy, which I would have brought up beforehand, but she, canceled your request and then it showed back up, so. Sorry about that.
One bar.
Do you disagree with the idea that trans women are women?
Of course, they're not women.
So why do you think that?
They're men.
So
Why?
Because they're adult
a
human
woman
males.
so a woman is a man?
A woman is an adult female human being.
That definition should help. Would you be interested in seeing the Stanford medical definition of woman?
No, I'd like you actually to tell me what you think a woman is before we move on, just so I know where
I
your
agree with the
groundwork is.
Stanford medical definition, which includes that a woman is somebody who identifies as such.
Would you hold that true for every social construct?
No, I hold that true for gender.
You just hold it true for gender, so you just pick and choose which social constructs you would accept as people identifying into.
No, I've
Gender is not
studied
only
the
a social
brain.
construct.
Exactly, it's a neuropsychosocial construct.
This
So
is
social is only one of 3 parts. You've got it in your brain,
Hmm.
from you get different hormone washes when you're in utero, and one of them determines your sex, which is strictly like biological, your chromosomes, what your phenotype is going to end up looking like without any intervention, stuff like that. Then you've got the different hormone wash that is responsible for determining what your gender will develop into as you grow up. So that's another part of it. And then once your gender develops, you've intaken a bunch of information by that point in your life, from seeing like parents, family members, parents or couples of other kids that you hang out with, whatever. You learn a lot about the social aspect, and that's when you'll be able to like put together and understand what you are, if that makes sense. So when we're
Got it.
talking about, like somebody brought up race earlier, like that is not a neuropsychosocial construct. That is a social construct based on phenotype.
Okay,
So
so let me.
that's where the consistency lies.
Got it. So when you talk about, okay, let's break down. You said it's neuropsychosocial. So let's go. You talked about the hormone wash. Can you provide can you give me some clarification on how you would test the fetus to see if the fetus was actually exposed to androgens in utero? How would you test the fetus?
So,
Well, normally I would
Keisha.
just I would just say that, I mean, if we're talking about that gender is a socially constructed thing, it's possible that people change these identities over time.
Yeah, but I just wanted to address the hormone wash first because I wanted to go point by point. So how would you test the fetus to make sure that fetus was actually exposed to androgens in utero? Because
It's
there's only three ways to test the fetus, and I know what they are. And I don't know if you guys do know what they are.
Well, that's awesome, but one of them will be able to tell you that. I don't have the studies pulled up in front of me. Like I said, I'm on vacation, so I don't have my source talk on me.
All right, so
But
I could just give you an update on what you're talking about. So, the only way that you could test a fetus to see if it was exposed to androgens in utero would be one of three ways. One would be fetal autopsy, right? Which means the fetus would have to be unalived, and then you wouldn't be able to know if that fetus would become trans later on in life because they're unalived. Two would be amniocentesis, which would be at 15 weeks. But you would have to do an amniocentesis, which is a needle into the stomach to pull out the amniotic fluid week after week for 28 weeks to see if that fetus was actually exposed to androgens. And there's a 3% chance of and a lot of women decline it just for that reason. So it would be unethical, and it's never been done to do an amniocentesis more than once during pregnancy, let alone to do it 28 times. That's two. Three would be chorionic villi sampling, which would be scraping the placental cells, and that also would have to be done 28 times to see if the fetus actually absorbed androgens. That's just a theory that's never been proven, and it's never been done, so that's completely not true. So we can move on from that. Secondly, let's talk about the social aspect of
we
what a
can't
woman
move
is.
on from that quite yet, because you can
Okay, sure.
also look at development of brain as these children grow up. You can do brain scans. There are parts of the brain that you can tell whether they fall more female or male, and the ways that
Will
we
you
use them as
concede?
well. And
Will you
these
concede to
hormone
the hormone
washes,
wash first?
I'm literally talking about the hormone washes. Let me finish, and you will hear me. Okay, just
Okay,
hold
so about
on.
brain, you're
All
talking about
right.
brain
So
scans.
I am getting there. Hold on. I will
That's all.
mute you if I need to finish and you do not let me, okay?
My
I
apologies.
am talking about brain scans in relation to the result of those hormone washes. So just because you can't test during the hormone washes does not mean you cannot see the result of the hormone washes as these kids grow up. So these hormone washes are going to determine these types of differences in the brain that you can see in alive kids as they're growing up. It's been studied. I swear to you, and it does relate to the hormone washes.
So, again, that wouldn't show that the fetus was exposed to the hormones. You would have to demonstrate that they were
It does.
exposed.
Do you
No,
think there's no result of that hormone wash?
no,
When people are growing up, you think there's no result that you can see.
you would have to demonstrate that they actually were exposed.
So, Christy, I
And
don't
you
know if
can
you knew
do
this,
that
but
with.
gender is
Sorry.
like a critical part of like self-identity. You can't even like.
I understand, but I mean, when you talk about the hormone wash, you'd have to demonstrate that at this week, this child was actually exposed to the hormone wash, and you guys cannot demonstrate that.
So, what does that change for how they identify?
I mean, that's your claim, not my claim. I don't believe there's a hormone wash that determines a child's identity. In fact, you cannot test for the hormone wash just for the reasons I listed. And
Okay,
then
well,
socially, Okay, go ahead. I'm
So,
sorry.
so we know for a fact, this is just there's a huge medical consensus across the board that people identify as across a bimodal structure of gender. So that
Correct.
means that there's two humps at each end, with people with some spikes in the middle. Like, so some people identify strictly as men, some as women, but it's a spectrum. It's not binary.
Sure.
Can I interject very briefly?
Yes.
I just want to, for the bimodal distribution, what would you be putting on your x-axis? Because one thing would have to be on the x-axis, so we'd have to know and use that to determine somebody's SMEX. So what would you put on the x-axis specifically? Like what trait, if not sex, would you put on the x-axis, for example?
Self-identification.
So self-identification, that's what I mean. So like even people could lie and say that they're women and they're not. So that wouldn't really be indicative of somebody's, somebody's gender.
How do you know that somebody's not? How do you know that somebody's not telling the truth about that? Why would you?
How do you know
doubt
they
me?
are?
Because I have
Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would you lie?
People,
Especially when
people lie all the time.
there's really
Okay, so
About?
here's a question for you.
Okay.
If you were to start telling people that you are a man and that you use he, him pronouns, would that cause a sort of discomfort whenever somebody called you those he, him pronouns?
I'm sorry, there was background noise. Can you repeat that? Would it cause me what?
Discomfort to be called he, him pronouns, have those used for you.
And no, I don't. It's objectively not true, so it wouldn't bother me.
Okay, cool. I
Yeah.
mean, you
And
just
even if
wouldn't
I
experience
ask
dysphoria in that
somebody,
way. So here's another question. If you were born intersex, let's say you didn't develop breasts, would that cause you discomfort?
well, when you're speaking about intersex, what would be the condition that would not give me breasts?
Well, that specific one I don't know, but I can tell you about
Mhm.
one that I also can't remember the name of, but you can be born without like a vagina. You can just be
Sure,
born
that's
without one,
MR.
or aphalia is the male
Vaginal
version where you're born without. Yeah,
agenesis.
that. Yeah.
Right,
See,
vaginal
there you go. I should
agenesis.
say.
Sure, vaginal agenesis just happens to females. They would still be female. Just like MRKH syndrome is a missing or an
That's not what I'm
underdeveloped.
asking. That's not what I'm asking.
What
Would it
about
make you uncomfortable if if you didn't have one?
What about
Would it make me
people?
uncomfortable if I was born without a vagina?
Yes.
I mean, I'm sure it would make me uncomfortable if I was a female born without a vagina. They would have to
There
do
you go.
surgery. Well, that
how would
wasn't
you
There
really.
you
classify
go.
someone with Swyer
That's not
syndrome?
Swyer syndrome only affects Swyer syndrome's an XY female. It's only a female. Only females get Swyer syndrome.
So
But
how do
they're
you classify
genetically male.
female if
Oh,
XY?
Yeah,
sure,
how
because
do
we
you?
don't
That's
because
like
chromosomes don't define sex, they just determine it. So you could have XY chromosomes, but if your developmental pathway doesn't continue down the XY pathway, the
So
Wolffian
sex
pathway,
doesn't determine gender?
yeah.
your sex does determine.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're
Oh.
kind of like being
So many
like
contradictions.
It's not though. Like I'll just give you an example. What do you guys call a female chicken?
Are we
well, we're talking about
chickens?
the
Are we
sex.
chickens?
No,
Exactly.
we're humans, but I'm trying to make a point here. What do you call a female chicken?
One that doesn't.
A
I
chicken?
don't know. There's roosters. Like I know that the roosters have
A
different.
rooster is a
hen?
male chicken. A female chicken is a hen. A hen, right?
Yeah.
What about an intersex chicken?
Whatever their condition would be, if they were a male or a female chicken, then that's what they would be.
What if they're both?
Dude,
Rooster.
sex is
What
a
if they're neither?
bimodal spectrum. It's not just like this binary.
Sure, the bimodal spectrum. What are you putting on your x-axis to determine what they are? So if you're going to put like height, for example, like typically men are taller than women, right? But there are tall women, so that wouldn't
There
be
are
indicative.
5 main sex traits, if that's what you're talking about.
Well,
Like the
you
sex
guys
traits.
keep jumping from thing to thing. You went from the hormone wash to the bimodal distribution, and now the 5 characteristics: what? Brain, chromosomes, hormones, external and internal genitalia.
I think that's right. You said it kind of fast. Or Astrid, did you catch all that?
I mean, if you
Uh,
guys are going to use the 5 characteristics, which is usually your brain sex, your hormones, your
Hormonal
chromosomes.
sex, your gametes, your
Yeah.
internal and external genitalia.
Correct.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those are the sex characteristics. But I have female sex characteristics. My hormonal gender and brain gender is female
Well, because
due
you
to
take
hormones.
And your phenotype.
because you take hormones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, but you're just a man that takes female hormone. You're just a male that takes estrogen.
So what makes me a man?
You're an adult human male, just a male human
I'm
being.
not. So?
See, I
are you a
love how
trans?
you won't even accept our definition when that's
So
like the
you're just
whole
contradicting
point.
yourself.
Are you a
Either
female?
sex
Exactly.
determines your gender,
Wait, are you a
or it doesn't.
female? I said it does.
But then you're just going against like the medical consensus if you're
But
going to
you
say that
just
sex determines gender.
contradicted that.
I didn't.
XY female.
And because I said
Do you not remember that?
chromosomes don't determine chromosomes don't define your sex, they just determine it. I already said that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I've induced intersex conditions.
What do you mean you've
'Cause-
induced? Wait, hold on. What do you mean you've induced intersex conditions? What do you mean?
By by taking hormones, I've induced my body to undergo intersex conditions. That's
incorrect. No,
It's
that's
very
wrong.
correct.
No.
I love this point
That's
too because
what
we're not
hormone transition
entirely
is.
female.
So I
Not
can
all
tell you
5
how
of
you're
my
wrong.
sex characteristics are female.
I can tell you
So-
how you're wrong because
You
Klinefelter's
won't be
and
right,
Turner's.
but you can try.
Okay, sure. Klinefelter's and Turner's syndrome happens at fertilization, and the other conditions can happen during meiosis, which is cell when the cells multiply. So you wouldn't be able to induce anything. You would just be able to be a male that is taking external.
So why does my body? You know, we all start out as female in utero,
don't.
right? Like
We don't.
We do
Yeah,
all start
yeah,
out. That
yeah.
is the craziest thing to deny
I
right
could
now.
also
We
tell
all
you how you
start
guys
out
are
What
female
about-
in utero.
Sure, I could also tell you guys how you're wrong. We all
Why
start off
why
as
why can my
undifferentiated-
body? Why can my body
we all
take
start
on
off as
feminine characteristics?
because you take
If-
estrogen.
Exactly. Why does that do anything?
Because estrogen
it's
is
such
what
a defined
feminizes. Because estrogen is what feminizes the body. That's why you're not like getting it. Like you're taking something to feminize the body. If I take
My hormone
testosterone-
levels are female. I am hormonally female.
It doesn't matter if you
Period.
think you're hormonally female. You
No,
just
but
man.
we actually
I am.
are.
I
You're
literally
just, like,
am.
denying
Okay, so
that
you're
we're
a
hormone
man.
levels.
HRT if
So
you
you're
don't
a
think
man
that
that
we're
made-
hormonally what we
You're
are.
a man that made their hormone levels equivalent to a female's hormone.
A male. Please do not misgender.
I'm a male.
On purpose. You can
I'm
say
a
male
woman.
because that's the fact,
Yeah,
but
okay.
please do not misgender.
So you're a male that made their body have high levels of estrogen. That's like saying like I'm a
I have
female. Yeah,
Female levels of estrogen.
it doesn't.
Period.
That's
Female
irrelevant.
hormone
You're still a male,
profile.
though. Yeah, you're still male.
Okay,
though.
so you're
Yeah, we're
refusing
not-
to accept
Hold on.
your own criterias when it's used against you.
I'm not. You guys haven't demonstrated anything, actually.
We're not rejecting that trans women are not males.
You're
on a
saying that they're
sexual
women.
level. Yeah, but men and male are different. Most
Yeah, can
Gender
you-
and sex are not
You
the
haven't
same thing.
demonstrated that.
Hold on. Almost every single medical association out there agrees that gender and sex are very different things.
Can you demonstrate how they are, please?
So, yeah, I can
Sex?
just say that
Is the sex characteristics. Gender is your neurosocial.
it's an individual's
Criteria, like, it's-
internal sense.
Yeah.
Can we go over the social part of gender then? What's the social part of that then?
Well, I can talk a little bit about that just because I know a little bit about how it's changed over time. We can go all the way back to Mesopotamia to find proof of non-binary people existing, which is our earliest writings that we have, period, in human history. And then when we get into Jesus era, because a lot of people will bring up Christianity, Jewish people, just Jewish people in this time period, recognized 6 to 8 genders. Which I also have a source for that I can pull up by a rabbi who's really awesome. Like we've always existed pretty much all over the world. Native and indigenous populations all over the world
Two
have
Spirit.
recognized exactly. I was about to say Two Spirit
Hydra.
over here, and then you've got like the Maori people have a lot of different genders as well. So it's always, that's kind of the social part, is like we've always had male, female, and intersex, right? But it depends on what people and what time period you're talking about as to what that social construct is going to look like. So it was normal in all of these societies prior to like colonization and splitting everything up into man and woman. It was normal to have non-binary people exist. Now it's not so much anymore. We've kind of just separated these traits into these 2 categories, right? So that's the social aspect that we pick up on as we grow up. Again, like we see our parents, our aunts and uncles, our friends' parents and stuff growing up, and we get an idea for like what socially in our culture in our time is gender.
Sure. So a couple of things I just want to respond to. So hedras are males. They're male human beings from India. They're
Hedras
usually.
are a separate gender
Well, let me
in
finish.
India that were brutalized by the British Empire.
Wait, I know what they are. I'm aware of hedras. They're either
Sorry, I just got a call.
they're
So-
males in India that are recognized as males, and they just put them down as a third gender, but they're recognized socially as male. So
Male.
No, gender
Male?
is what is socially
Can I just-
recognized.
can
Sex
I-
is not
Male?
socially recognized.
Yes.
Gender is.
Can I finish really quick?
What is
So-
male?
Yes, hedras are always male. Only
Yes,
male.
I'm aware.
Okay, so they're always recognized. So because you're talking about socially
They
now.
are not gender
Socially is
and
gender.
sex are
Wait.
different things.
Can I just finish? Hedras are
No.
recognized as
Fuck your
males.
turf.
If you
Bullshit.
stop spitting misinformation and accept the fact that sex and gender are different, so like maybe they're always male, but they are not men.
They are. And then
They
when
are
you
not
talk about,
men.
They are not.
So
They
you're
are
gonna,
their
are you
own
gonna just say
gender.
that the whole continent of India, that the country of India is wrong, how they define hedras?
Eat my tranny ass, Rockstar.
Like you're just saying that India is wrong at this point.
that's not what I said. I said India recognizes hedras as male. And they're
no,
treated as
they're
male.
officially recognized
Irrelevant.
as a third
Category
gender.
error. Non sequitur.
They're males. So they're
They're
you have
males.
to be-
Yeah, me. Who cares?
Do you guys want
That's
to go
irrelevant. Is that a gender?
Do you guys
Is that a
wanna go-
gender?
do you
Is
guys
that a
wanna-
gender? Is that a gender?
Yes, males are men. Yes.
No, it's not.
No,
Oh
it's
my
not.
god.
You are
Do
brain
you go
dead.
on- do you guys want to go on camera and do this like face to face? Like, why don't you put your cameras
Zero
on?
brain cells.
And then
I agree
also
that
you
you want
want-
to pivot, but that's just like an ad hom attack. It doesn't matter.
I'm not pivoting. I've been asking. You guys haven't provided or
that
demonstrated.
was such an accurate. Get her on those ad homs for real.
Sure.
Like,
There's
why-
not an ad hom. I didn't insult you guys. You guys are the
You,
ones calling
you
me-
were
regardless,
you were
it's logically
avoiding the
fallacious.
topic of
Bite me.
conversation, and that's
First
Why
of all,
should I be
I'm
respectful to you?
You're not
speaking to three
responding to
people.
what we're
I'm
actually
speaking
saying.
to three people
Aw.
at one time, so I'm trying to answer all three of you guys.
Okay, so your
Oh my
argument
gosh,
is
trans
premise one.
representation. It's so scary. I'm scared of the
I'm
trannies.
not,
Premise
I'm
two.
not scared of you guys. I'm not scared of you guys. Sorry.
Hold on.
Well, then stop acting like it.
Hey, Christy, does how I look change what I say?
No, but like sometimes
Oh,
it's good
okay,
to
so you
stand
agree
up.
that
that's
that's
all,
logically
that's all.
fallacious then?
I wasn't fallacious. I just asked you to turn on your cameras.
Oh well, this isn't.
Why?
I don't care. It does not matter.
All right, anyway,
about
we
the-
can move on.
the
We can move on.
discussion.
And the other thing about Two Spirited was created in 1992, I believe, by Maya.
No.
No.
Yes,
No.
It existed long before
No.
America was colonized. It's
That's wrong.
from the indigenous people.
Two spirit as a
What?
term. Two
That's
spirit
wrong.
as a term is something that groups all the fuck. I can't remember what the term
Do you
is.
know what
but
Two Spirit is?
I'm trying to explain it if you'd shut up.
Okay, sorry.
Two spirit
Okay.
is a term that groups many different concepts of a third gender or something between indigenous American and North American tribes.
The
No.
term
Into one
itself
category?
emerged in the 1990s, but the ideas that it's an umbrella
It's
term
a-
that
Yeah.
basically conforms to a whole bunch of different gender identities across different indigenous cultures.
No.
So the term is
Christy,
new.
if you're just going to keep saying no and not giving us a source, I don't think we're
I
going
can-
to get
I can
anywhere
fin-
because you don't care about sources, apparently.
I have tons of sources in my Discord server.
Well, bring them up
Oh,
then.
your Discord
Sure.
server. We have
Prove
a
it to
Discord
us.
mod here.
Can
I
I
too have a
can I
Discord
just
server.
respond? Sure. Can I respond to the Two Spirit? So Two Spirit was coined in 1992, I believe.
I don't
then what-
believe you. Prove
The
it. That's
term-
not
So the
true.
term
That
was
is
coined.
misinformation.
Your own person on your own side
no,
also
so-
said it was coined
so
in the 1990s.
The term was
So I'm
coined,
not-
but do you know what?
The-
But they
it's
existed
referring
before
to
that.
different ideas that existed long
Way
before
before.
that. This
Two
term
spirited
existed.
people just basically encompass the spirit of their deceased partner. That's all that they.
What the
No.
fuck are you talking about?
Yes, they-
What?
You know
In the
nothing
family-
about two-spirit individuals. Stop speaking on
that is
cultures that you
n-
do not know about.
If
This
somebody,
is borderline racist.
it's definitely not racist.
Period. That's where I'm getting
No,
to.
it's not.
I'm like, how long do we keep this up with
Where
this
did you
kind
even
of
get that?
misinformation?
You guys always just go to like racism and transphobia because you guys can't have a coherent argument. I'm already used
Oh
to
no, the
it.
turf is all hurt. Shut the fuck
I'm not a
Oh.
turf.
Initial
I'm a
text.
male. I'm male exclusionary, not
Oh.
trans exclusionary.
Oh, sorry, you're a fart.
Yeah, I'm a
Oh,
male. I could be a
yeah.
Murph. You can call me a Murph if you want.
You're a turf.
You
Okay.
are really,
I don't
really undereducated.
trans
to be speaking
men.
on these
Wait,
things.
so you're fine with trans men?
Yeah, sure. Trans men are women.
Okay.
Oh, so now
That's
I'm-
fucking transphobic.
How is this
No,
trans?
Yeah,
So
that
how
is
is a man a
really
woman?
transphobic.
Yeah, again, more names, which is irrelevant. You guys
No,
just
it's
can't have an
not a
argument.
name. It's a word with a definition that means something accurate to how, like, everything you're saying. Like, you won't even accept what's definitionally accurate of you.
Hold
So
on,
me
hold on,
calling
Christy.
a woman
Define
a woman,
trans. Define trans,
me,
Christy.
How is
uh,
that not transphobic?
What is
what's
trans?
transphobic about me
Give me a
calling
definition of
a female?
trans.
What's transphobic about me calling a woman a woman?
Give me a definition of trans.
When
Calling
they're
a
not
man
a
a
woman
woman
and
when
you're
they're
still
not a
calling
woman
I'm
them a
just gonna
is
woman.
test you on
transphobic.
words don't need words. What does trans mean?
On the opposite side of.
No, it's noting or relating to a person whose gender identity does not correspond with the sex registered to them at birth.
No, you asked me what the word trans was, not the word
Yeah, not
transgender.
Yeah,
transgender. Yeah.
trans is an adjective.
Right, I just gave you the definition of it as you requested. So trans
You
means on the
obviously
opposite
know
side
that's
of.
not what they were saying.
Trans means on the opposite side of. So the opposite side of woman is man. So for trans woman,
No,
it's
on the
just
opposite side of woman, when you're relating it to sex, is male. So a male woman would be a trans woman, which we've already been over with you.
well, you guys said you
That's what
separate
it is
sex and
referring
gender.
to.
Wait, don't you separate
It's
sex and gender?
when we're talking about transgender, it is referring to the difference between your sex and your gender. That
Right?
is what it's
Isn't the
referring
word
to.
woman right? But you said the word woman is a gender, right?
Yeah,
Exactly.
woman's a
And the
woman.
Exactly.
word
So
male
if
is
you're
a
saying,
sex. This is how we relate sex and gender.
sure, if
This
you're
is how
saying,
we do it.
if you say the word trans is on the other side of, and you're acknowledging that the word woman is a gendered term, trans woman would be on the other side of woman, which would mean man.
No, no, no. Trans woman would mean on the other side. Okay, okay, okay. I've been meaning to draw this thing for forever, but I haven't been able to like actually do it and get a picture of it to send to you, Stoke, because it would be a great background. But it literally just is me. I did this one time like several years ago. Just taking two different colors and outlining sex and gender so that you can see how on one side you can have male and female, on the other side you can have man and woman. And if they're next to each other, then they line up. If they're diagonal from each other, then they don't line up. That's what trans means. It's like a visual representation of trans,
Got it.
if that
So
makes any sense. So it does refer to how sex relates to gender when you're talking about transgender, not just gender, but transgender is referring to the difference between sex and gender.
right, but you guys just saying that gender is a psychosocial,
It's
and
just a
then
social construct. It's
okay,
simply
can you explain what the social construct of gender is, please?
yeah. So
I
I mean, I
tried
could just give you a
to.
very good example of this. So
You just didn't listen.
are you
No,
familiar
can you just
with
like
Greek
your
history at
not an
all?
example, not an example. Can you explain to me what it is so I can have more clarity?
Gender, as a social construct, is how you present yourself as the gender to the world, how you conceive of yourself in your head, and what characteristics you embody.
And it's
Okay.
how
You
an
just said the gender
individual.
is how you're just saying gender is how you express your gender. Like is a
It's
man
also how you identify in your head because gender expression and gender identity are not the same thing. You can have a man who has a very feminine gender expression, but they're still a man.
Yeah.
So there are
So
different facets to it.
it goes on the continuums of masculinity, femininity, both or neither.
Sure. So when you're saying man in that sentence, what are you referring to?
So whenever we're talking about masculinity, we're going to be looking at like general sex characteristics
Wait, you're
and
saying masculinity
behaviors.
now? Because you just said man.
A
No,
man is someone who
I said
aligns
a
with the
feminine man.
sex.
That's what I said. Stoat said
No, the
masculinity and
host. I
femininity.
think it was
We
the
could play
host.
it back. I mean, the host did not say man just now.
No,
He
Right.
I
said
said
masculine. He
masculinity.
said masculinity and femininity.
All right,
I
let's
did
start. Let
not
me try one
misspeak.
more time. Let's start. Okay, can you just define gender one more time, just so I can understand?
Yeah, so
Go
gender
ahead.
is going to be the socially constructed set of ways that people understand and express themselves among the continuum of masculinity, femininity, both or neither. It's distinct from sex.
Can you give me an example of like how somebody would express themselves like in a masculine way?
Um,
It
Clothing,
depends on where in the world they
yeah,
are,
so that's going to be
honestly.
culturally
clothing,
different
hair,
because it's socially constructed.
jewelry.
So
Okay, so
like
let's go like are you guys in America?
yeah,
No.
well I
So
am.
okay.
I am.
So like let's say like a masculine individual in America, how would they present themselves, for example?
Depends how they do.
So
They
like let's give an
perceive
example of
themselves.
how like at like formal
That's
attire
a
they would
huge
wear a
piece of it,
suit most
Astrid. You're
likely.
right.
They wouldn't wear a dress.
Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
So in like a formal situation, they would wear a suit instead of a dress because suits are generally going to be, as a society, we see it as a more masculine thing, not a more feminine thing.
Sure, but women wear suits all the time. Pantsuits, they're called.
Yeah, but men don't generally wear, or individuals who identify as male do not wear dresses often.
I mean, but they can,
They
right?
can,
That
but
doesn't
not
make them
like
a man. That's the
But that
aspect
doesn't
of
make them a woman.
how
But
you identify
sure, but
in
that's
your head.
that's just a personal preference that people like to do. So, a man that wears a dress wouldn't make him.
Do they
Okay.
identify as a man?
I-
Then they're a man.
But
Exactly.
what if
That's
they
the
wear a
difference
dress?
that you're not picking up on.
So,
It's Christy. Okay,
so
Christy.
wait.
That's the difference.
I just have a follow up question. If a man wears a dress and he doesn't identify as a man, he's a man. If a man wears a dress and he doesn't, and he
No.
identifies. Wait, I'm sorry.
If
Let me
a-
correct myself.
Hold on. Back?
If a man, let me correct myself. I misspoke. I'm sorry. If a man wore a dress and he identified himself as a man, he's a man.
yes.
If a man wore a dress and he said he's a woman, he's a woman. So
Yeah,
all he has to do
Correct.
is say it.
because
If
the idea
a
of
person
man,
who presents themselves as a woman by wearing a dress and other social insignias for gender, then they are a woman. Correct.
Like,
You're
what
saying
other
that
if
things
it's
do they
a
have
man.
to do?
your self
Yeah, like what-
identity is based off of that is important to them as an individual. This can include gender roles, behavior, expression, identity, and or psychology.
But the thing is that you understand all those things can be performed by both genders, by both sexes.
Yeah, because
So
sex
that
and
would
gender
be-
are different.
So you're
Right,
yeah,
but
that's
you
the
guys-
and gender
psychological
expression and
part
gender
of
identity
He
are
just-
different.
You guys
Psychosocial.
are just basically saying that men that perform women gender roles would be considered women if they just said they
No,
were.
no, that's where you're missing. This is
So-
what I
you're
wanted
just
to.
ignoring an entire half
So
of what
here's-
we're saying.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
problem.
This is what I wanted to specify for you, Christy. Gender identity and gender expression are two different things. So you
gender
are
identity
just
is just
saying.
somebody saying that
Let
they
me
are
finish.
that?
Let me finish. So when somebody expresses themselves a certain way, we can guess for them to be a certain gender based off of their gender expression. We won't always be right because we haven't asked them what their gender identity is. So if somebody's wearing a nail polish, makeup, dress, a nice outfit, whatever, and we say, "Hey girl, like how are you?" And they're like, "Well, no, actually I'm non-binary. I use they them pronouns." Okay, cool. They're non-binary. Or, "Hey, I'm a man who likes to express my femininity." Okay, now we know what your gender identity is, so we can accurately speak to that.
And like, I'm dating somebody who identifies as non-binary because they don't like the idea of the social constructed roles of gender that we see in the Western world, because it's very reflective of things like colonialism.
Right, it's sexism, right? But what you guys are saying is that you're saying that if a man says that they're a woman,
That's not what he said.
Well, let me just finish. If you're saying that a man says that he's a woman and also prescribes to the gender role of woman, then they are a woman.
Presupposing
He doesn't even
that
have
their
to
identity
prescribe
was
to
a
the
man.
gender role too. Like
All-
this is
Oh, so he just has to say that he's a woman.
So the problem here is that if you
Indeed.
don't, if you
The
don't do
problem
this,
with what you're sorry.
the problem is that if
Go
you
on.
don't if you don't separate sex and gender, you end up with gender as being like very incongruent at times, where you can have somebody identifying as one way, but instead you're going to say, no, we're going to force you into this category of people, and that leads to huge mental health issues, just like countless.
I feel like you guys are doing that. You guys are the ones doing that because when I say a woman is an adult female human being, any way that woman wants to be a woman is okay, as long as she's.
But what if that woman isn't a woman? What if
Wait,
that
hold on.
adult human female is not a woman?
I just wanna
That's what
finish.
you're not getting.
Well, I just want to finish. Any way that a female adult human being portrays or enjoys or hobbies or dresses, that's what women do.
So if gender
Right,
social
it
can
They don't
be.
have to.
So the only way, like
So is a tomboy not a woman?
yes, they are, because it's any. I
Why?
just said it's any way that they choose. It's tomboys, if they're an adult. If it doesn't matter if they're a tomboy as a young girl or a tomboy as an adult. However, those females choose to live their life, they're still
You're
females,
just-
still girls
you're
or
just-
women.
reducing women to
You can
No,
have
you
a-
guys
their
are.
bodies.
Sex.
You can have a
You guys
man-
are
Exactly.
reducing
That
women.
is sex.
You
You can
guys are
have-
reducing women down to gender roles, and we don't want you to
No,
do
we're
that.
not. I literally told
No.
you that a woman can present masculinely, or I told you vice versa, but vice versa is still true. A woman can present masculinely and express themselves that way and enjoy that and still be a woman, but a man can also express themselves femininely. Like, it doesn't matter how you express yourself. What matters is how you identify, but it can look all sorts of different ways.
But you said it
So-
has to be. They have to be congruent. They have to be expressive and they have to.
No, I did not say that the expression has to be congruent with their identity. I did not say that ever
They
once.
just,
Not even.
So it's just they just have to declare it.
Well,
So their
that they
expression
have to
might not be-
identify as it. It's not just about saying it. Like, if somebody who identifies as a man says I'm a woman, like jokingly, like, no, that's not going to make you a woman just because you said it. But if a trans woman says, "Hey, I'm a woman," then they are telling you the truth. Like,
Mhm.
there's no reason we would lie about this, just like I wouldn't lie about having genitalia or not having genitalia that I didn't have, because it would be uncomfortable. That's why I brought that up at the beginning of the conversation, is because it would be uncomfortable. So why would we lie about something if it would make us uncomfortable inherently, like in our identity, in our brains? Why would we do that? Why don't you just believe people?
And
I
on
can tell
and
you
on
guys.
that note, gender dysphoria, if gender is just whatever you're just declaring it, why does that even exist?
Well, gender is just a species-specific sex term and the state of development.
No, why
So,
would-
for
why
example,
would gender dysphoria
So why does
exist
gender
if
dysphoria
gender wasn't
exist?
a social
well,
construct?
it's not really gender dysphoria; it's sex dysphoria, right?
It's gender dysphoria.
No, it's
It's
gender
called
dysphoria.
gender dysphoria.
So-
It talks
Right, but
because it relates your sex to how you are expressing your gender
I understand,
phenotypically.
but you
So
guys
that-
aren't listening. You guys aren't listening to what I'm saying. Gender
You're not
dysphoria is
listening.
We've heard the points before. Trust, we've heard.
gender dysphoria is actually sex dysphoria because you guys have
It's
a problem
not.
with your.
You
So
can't just redefine what medical professionals
Yeah, so
have.
the DSM-5 says
Like-
that
Wait,
uh,
you guys are just jumping all over the place. Hang on a second. I want to make a point, and I want you guys to respond to it because you guys are just jumping all over. If your
Nobody
guys
cares
have
about
a,
your
if
turd
you guys
talking.
have a problem, gender dysphoria is a problem with your SMEX, right?
incorrect.
It's a
That's not
problem.
what the-
You can
what-
say
what medical-
sex.
Yeah, so,
Okay, I'm trying to be respectful in your life.
So the
The
DSM-5 says that gender dysphoria is a marked incongruence between one's experienced gender and assigned gender, which the
it's not
sex
assigned
and-
gender. It's sex. It's their sex.
It's assigned gender at birth.
Yeah.
It's not assigned. It's observed.
It's
You're right about
assigned.
that part.
Okay,
The
but
doctor's not assigning a
So
sex.
they
Just
do
like the
it-
doctor.
They
They're
observe from your
observing.
external genitalia, and then they assign based off of what
Yeah,
they see.
No,
exactly.
it's just an observation, just like they observe your weight and height.
This baby
You
has a
weren't
penis,
assigned
therefore
female
male.
at birth then?
I wasn't assigned. I was observed before birth.
You
female.
were.
And then they
No.
put you in the
You were
category of
assigned
Before
to
birth.
be a female.
Wait,
I
hold
was
on, hold
observed
on.
before birth as a female in utero at my mother's anatomy scan. They already
And
knew
did
I was
they
a
put
female.
you in the category of female then on your birth
Yes.
certificate? So then that was
Yes.
assigned to you. You
It's
had
not
no
assigned.
choice in this.
I was
You were
observed.
assigned
and then
Did you
female
have a choice
at
over
birth.
this? Because if you
I
don't
was
have a choice,
observed-
it's assigned.
there's what are you talking about? It's observed. The doctors are taking an observation and writing it down. They're
Yeah,
not
and-
assigning something to go, you know what? I'm gonna make you a male.
Well, guess what? They're wrong a lot of the time too, because no one's karyotyped when they're born. So you are assigned something, and sometimes they're even wrong. Like, it's an
That's-
assignment, I promise. If you find out your
It's not.
intersex later on in life, that assigned gender is incorrect. They do
No.
assign it.
Okay, I
Correct.
disagree. Because we could actually tell
Google.
the
You
baby.
disagree
Use
with the
Google.
medical community.
We could actually check. We
Literally.
could actually tell. We could actually tell what the baby's SMEX is 5 days after fertilization. So you're wrong.
Okay. So if
But
that
wait,
has
wait,
to do
how-
with
how
their
can we tell
external
that?
sex, but
And
not
this
their
has
gender,
some.
like
This
this
has
is-
what to do with gender?
I can't hear all
Yeah,
of you guys.
exactly.
Because gender is just a state of being male or female. That's all it is.
No, it isn't.
No,
No, it isn't. We've
Okay,
so-
let's go
Can
through
we pull up
cultures.
that definition? Can we pull up that definition again and just
Yeah,
see
I
if
got
she'll
it.
accept it?
When we
'Cause I
speak
don't think
about
we
when
pulled
we
it up
speak
for
about
her
the
yet.
when we speak about the oppression
Maybe
of
we
women,
did.
when we speak about the oppression of women and girls in Afghanistan, what sex are we speaking about?
Any sex that is a woman.
Trans women are included in that,
yeah,
idiot.
because trans are
Period.
even
Oh,
worse off
wow,
than,
you guys are really, really, really xenophobic. You're sitting here saying that women that are oppressed in Afghanistan can be also males.
Yes, correct.
What?
Right, you
And
guys
they
are
get it
fucking
worse
nuts.
because
How is
they're
that
trans.
xenophobic?
You guys are fucking absolutely nuts. You know what's going on in
It's
Afghanistan?
just accurate.
And you're still sitting here pretending that men can be women in Afghanistan too, when those women
No.
are.
Do you think
Women
trans
who
women are not
male.
oppressed in Afghanistan as
You guys
women?
are no, they're unalived there. They don't even come out. So you're wrong. Women
That's not
are
even
oppressed.
true.
Women and girls are oppressed in Afghanistan based on their.
Why would you
sex.
say something so obviously false?
Because it's true, and you guys know it, but you guys have to pretend
It's
that
based
trans
on
women
their
are
gender.
You're just
You-
being a racist.
Hold on.
Why don't
Why
you
am I
read
being
that
racist?
definition on the screen for
Are
me?
you
Why don't you
telling me
read
that
that
the women and
medical
girl-
definition of woman? Why don't you read it for
Okay,
us?
yeah, I muted her for a second. Yeah, can we?
Women and girls in Afghanistan aren't oppressed based on their sex.
Christy, you need to
Christy,
listen.
No,
we're
I'm
gonna
you
have
saying
need to
you-
they
listen.
are, and trans women also are, because
I'm not
they are
talking about
women.
women and girls in Afghanistan.
Christy, we are
Yes.
going to listen to the host. We are going to listen
remain
to the host
linear
read this
here.
definition.
What does Stanford Medicine say about what gender is?
And other books say different definitions about
Not
what this.
mo-
Another definition. Another dictionary will say an adult human female.
I know you like
But
your
it's not a
Nazi
medical
dictionaries, but
dictionary.
like,
Yeah,
Oh, so they're
overwhelming,
Nazis?
the overwhelming
So wait a minute.
number.
So a
yeah,
woman,
Turf's hang out with Nazis. That's like a known fact.
The
So I'm a Nazi?
overwhelming medical consensus aligns with this definition.
Sure. So I'm a Nazi because I think women are adults.
Go ahead and read that definition for us.
I'm asking a question. I already read it.
Go ahead and read
No,
that
you're not.
definition
You're
for
not a
us.
Nazi.
I read it already.
You're not.
Well, why don't you read it for everybody?
I don't need to. I could read it to myself.
Okay, so you're
Well,
not.
I
why
have-
don't you
and I
read
have
it
a
for everybody in
definition.
chat? Because this isn't just about you.
And there's other definitions and other dictionaries that say
Okay, I'm
adult
going to
human
mute you
female.
so that I can read this for anybody who might have trouble seeing in the chat, because not everybody has the same ability to read it themselves like you do. Okay, so please
read, I'm sure.
just respectfully listen while I read this definition. I actually might have to have Stowe do it because there's a couple words cut off. But a woman is a noun, the socially constructed set of ways that people understand. That's where it's cut off for me.
Oh, and express themselves along a continuum
Oh,
of
actually, I do got
masculinity.
it.
Hold on, let me do this.
Femininity, both or neither. Yeah, that's where I got it. Okay, cool. So the socially constructed set of ways that people understand and express themselves along the continuum of masculinity, femininity, both or neither. Gender is distinct from sex.
Oh, from masculinity.
There you go.
Yeah, you said that 15 times. It doesn't change the position. That gender is just describing the state of being male or female.
Christy,
You're just
literally have a
denying.
I
definition.
did not just read that for you. I did not read that for you.
you for
There are
reading
more
it to
people
everybody.
than you in this
So, Christy,
live.
do you know what
Okay, it's
happens?
not all
All right,
about
let me
you.
respond. You got to give me a chance to respond. When we speak in the United States about women's health care, what sex are we speaking about?
Any sex that considers themselves to be a woman.
Okay, when
If
we
we're
speak
talking
about
about
a woman,
female healthcare, we're talking about females.
That's different. Then we're talking about people
Yes.
with uteruses.
no, we're not people with uteruses. Please don't talk about women like that. Okay,
I
we're
have
not
a
those
uterus
people.
and I'm not a woman. I am a person with uterus and I am not a woman. If you
Okay,
call me a
please
woman,
please don't tell women that we're just people with uteruses. That's extremely
you are a person
extremely
with uterus. Is that
gynophobic.
not accurate? Is that not
Oh, that's
true?
extremely. No, I'm a
Do you
woman with a
have
uterus.
do you have a uterus?
Yes, I'm a woman and I have a uterus. Don't call me a
Whoa,
person with a
okay.
uterus.
You are
You're
are
a
you a
person with a
person?
uterus.
Are you a
Okay,
person?
I'm not a person. I'm a woman.
Oh,
Please
so
don't,
you're
please
not a
don't,
person.
Oh, so you're not a person.
please don't dehumanize me. Yeah, don't
Are you not a
dehumanize me.
person?
You're just
You
You are the
regurgitating
one.
your
You
idol
just said
J.K.
you're not a
I'm a
Rowling's
woman.
You said you're not a
talking
person,
points.
not us. You said that.
I'm a woman with a uterus.
Are you
Are
a
you a
person,
human
though?
being regarded as an individual?
You guys are such angry people, and you guys cannot even get an
Why the
argument
fuck
out
would we
without it.
be nice to someone
hold
who's
on, let's lock
actively
in here.
oppressing us?
Are you a
I'm
human
not
being
oppressing you.
regarded?
You guys are oppressing
What do
us.
you think this
Christy,
is?
hey, real quick, Stowe, can you just mute Christy real quick?
Yeah, I'm on.
Because I need to be able to get this out real quick. I just need to say for every trans person who is listening or in chat or whatever, we trans people do not owe cis people, especially people who are actively being, yes, people who are actively being, not just women, who are actively being transphobic to us. We do not owe them anything. We do not owe them a nice tone. We do not owe them a lack of crash out. We do not owe them respect, okay? Now, if we can do that, cool. But like when you're actively being oppressed, I just want to make clear to everybody, like it's not bad to like show a reaction to that, because like we can still stand up for ourselves. We can still talk about when people aren't accepting definitions or talking crazy like this sometimes. Like it's important just to real quick say that for everybody here, that like please don't feel bad if you do end up having a crash out, if you do end up having a certain tone, and don't listen to transphobic people when they're telling you that you're out of line for that, because you're not. Never.
Okay, so
Hey Cole, the
I want to
chat
tell.
is
I'd like to
affirming
tell.
your gender, by the
I'd
way.
like to address the chat also. Chat, do not feel bad if you have a crash out because you don't want to call men women. You don't have to feel bad
If
about
you
it.
want to be a transphobic asshole, we
If you
will
guys
just
want to
drop
be,
you.
you guys want to be a
We will
gynophobic.
just drop you.
I mean,
will just drop
Gynophobe.
you guys are being gynophobic.
Wait, there's less
Gynophobic?
here?
Oh my god. So
You guys
so
are
calling
denying
myself a
that. You
person
guys are
with
denying
uterus.
that women. You
You
guys are
fucking
denying
TERFs
that
just
adults.
invent these words
You
to
guys are
feel
just
as oppressed
no.
as possible.
Look
Well,
it up. Look up
It's
the
all
word.
just white women that
Look up
the
are
word gynophobic.
trying to be as oppressed as possible.
Well, you guys are white men that are trying to be the oppressed as possible. You guys
I'm
are
a
probably
man,
all white
yay.
men.
I'm a woman.
Oh, there you go.
Gynophobia is an intense irrational fear of women. I'm not scared
Yeah,
of women.
you guys are.
I like
Yeah,
them.
and I'm not scared of
Women
trans
can
people.
be male.
I'm
Women
not.
can
I'm not
be
scared of.
intersex.
I'm not scared of trans
Hey,
people.
Astrid, Cole, am I scared of you?
Okay. Do
I'm
you
not
think
scared
that
of you guys
phobic
either.
means fear? Do you think that that's what that means?
Phobia
Do you
is
think
an
that's what?
irrational fear or
Okay,
hatred.
let's look up the word transphobic. Do you
I
think
don't
that's
This
need
is
what
to.
the
I know what it
transphobic
means.
this is
means?
the exact
Yes.
same
Oh my
way
God.
people who are homophobic.
Oh,
They're like,
look at
I'm
that.
not
The
scared of gay
discrimination
people.
against, right? The
Oh yeah,
discrimination
aversion
against,
to or
aversion
hatred.
to,
Right.
or, meaning you can just discriminate against us. You can just be averse to us,
Yeah.
or you can hate us.
I don't
And if
hate
you're
you
looking
guys.
for
I
a
don't have an
specific,
aversion, and I don't
you
discriminate.
do, or else
You
you
do.
would be calling me non-binary and you would be
Well, you do
calling Astrid a
discriminate
woman
against them
because
because
she
you are
fucking
calling them
is.
women.
You are very
I don't
much
know
so
what you guys are, to be
discriminating.
honest. You guys are just like, just rambling
Hold on,
on
so
and
we
on.
People.
have
We're
what we
people.
are.
Is
Okay,
what we
great.
are.
I'm a woman. You guys are people.
Are you a
Fantastic.
person?
I'm
Are you
also a
person?
woman. Nice to
Yes,
meet
a
you.
woman is an adult human female person. Yes.
Okay, human regarded as
So
individual.
you are a person with a uterus.
Yeah, so but you said you
Because
weren't
you
a
already
person.
said you have a uterus,
So
and now you're
just
saying
called
you're a
you-
person. So you're a person with uterus.
Well, males. No. Well, yes, I'm a woman. Yeah.
Hey,
And a
You're a
person with a
person with a
uterus. That's
uterus.
not inaccurate. You threw a fit over that earlier.
I'm not throwing a fit at all. I'm actually very calm.
Now you're not.
I've been very calm the entire time.
The
I have 3 people
change
yelling and
up.
Really?
over talking me. So, I mean, I'm
For
being as
real,
calm
the
as possible.
gaslighting is next level.
How am I gaslighting? You
Uh,
guys are all white men that want to pretend you're oppressed. And in turn, what you guys do is you
Okay,
guys
you
violate
you need to
women's.
stop.
Oh, Cole,
I'm giving you
W.
one more chance to not call us all white men because Astrid is not a man. If you misgender her one more time,
Also, how do
I'm
you
Who's
know
just
what?
going to drop
Wait, who's
you.
Astrid?
Hold on. How do you know our race? We haven't turned on our cameras. Also, race
There's
is part
that
of an
too.
identity too. So, like, how the fuck do you know that we're white or identify as white?
Who's Astrid? Is Astrid the one underneath me? I just see trans, Cole, and Stoat.
Transalpine
It's
Astrid is her full
Transalpine
name,
Astrid.
to be fair.
Oh, okay. I didn't see the whole name. Okay, are you trans? Are you a male or a female?
I was
That
born a
doesn't
male.
matter if you're
I'm a
asking
woman.
gender.
As we've already established, sex does not equate to gender.
Yeah, so
Okay,
it's
But
just
you
a
just-
category.
so you're gonna unalive on the hill where the women in Afghanistan
I
that are
never
being oppressed by the
contested that
men.
I was white, idiot.
Yeah,
What-
also
one
trans
moment.
women in Afghanistan are even more oppressed. Fun fact.
May I just?
Yeah.
You're gonna say in every culture a woman is something different.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you tell me can you
Actually.
tell me in a
Let's look at-
culture when
Let's look at Sparta, where the woman would go to war and fight and display very masculine traits. They are
you say
very
woman in
much different.
when you say woman in Sparta, what sex are you referring to?
Generally, it's going to be the female.
Gotcha.
But
Next, let's do another culture. When we say the women in Afghanistan are oppressed, what sex are we speaking about?
All women in Afghanistan are oppressed, including trans women.
When I
Like,
say
do you not
women
understand
that are
that?
not allowed, okay,
Do you
women
not
that-
understand? No, shut up. Do you understand that?
No, you're wrong.
hold on, we got this.
You think trans women are not oppressed in Afghanistan?
When I say the word, you're saying trans women, and I'm using the word woman.
Yeah, women
Which
are
includes
oppressed
trans
in
women.
Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan, they're still males, and males aren't oppressed. Males are the oppressors.
Yeah, but
Not if they're
male-
trans women.
Yeah,
That's
if they're-
incorrect.
If there's a male that's
You are-
Do you think trans women are just going around like oppressing women in Afghanistan? Like they're allowed to go out on the street and not get
Would you be
fucking
okay?
murdered?
Would you be okay because the women are so oppressed in Afghanistan, the women and girls there? Would you be okay for men to identify as women and also go into their spaces in Afghanistan? On top
Not
of
if
the
they're
oppression?
men, but if they're trans women, then that's fine.
So you're okay with the women
Yeah.
being oppressed in Afghanistan, and then also having trans women going into the women's space on top of them already being oppressed?
Does that
I did
does a
not
trans woman going
concede
into
to the
their
first
space
one. I did not
for
say
women
the first part of that was okay.
affect?
I
But the
can't hear
second
you
part,
guys.
yes.
You guys are just talking over each other. I'm sorry. Can you repeat
Because
that?
you said it's okay that women are oppressed in Afghanistan.
No,
But
I said,
never
do you
said that.
think
I
this-
never said Yes, exactly. You said that. I said that. I never said that. I never
No, I
agreed
didn't
to
say
that.
that. I said, do you think? I said, do you think it's
And
okay?
that's accurate, but it's okay. The second part, I do agree with that trans women should be allowed into women's spaces because they're women.
In Afghanistan,
Yes.
even though the women and girls
Anywhere in
are
the world,
oppressed there.
anywhere in the world, anywhere in the
Do you?
world.
Okay, when we
How
speak
does a
about the
trans
women,
woman, who is a woman, going into women's spaces in Afghanistan, contribute in any way to their oppression?
do you think that women in Afghanistan would be comfortable for male human beings to be in their space on top of
They
also
wouldn't
being
even
oppressed by them?
know.
Yes, they would.
They
Of course they
wouldn't
would.
even know.
So now
They
that's the
wouldn't
other
know.
argument. So now men can sneak in, to, like males can
You
sneak
think
in.
that
They're
you
not
can
men.
clock any trans people?
Males can sneak into women's spaces, and because women don't know, make it okay.
It's not sneaking.
Well,
They're
They're
women. They're
women.
if
They're
trans
you're
going into.
women.
This is the same bullshit argument as the fucking bathroom stuff.
well, I mean, I'm a
Literally.
female, I'm a woman, and my daughters are girls, right? They're female adolescent human beings, and they would not be comfortable changing in front of a man or showering or using the
I wouldn't be
restroom.
comfortable changing in front of a bigot.
But
I-
Right?
but the thing is that women's rights are based on our
Quit
sex.
peeking on people in the
No, they're
bathroom, weirdo.
not. They
Women's
are based
rights.
on your gender. They are based on your gender, not your sex.
Right, so let's go this way. When the women had women weren't able to vote and women's suffrage happened, and women were able to vote. What sex were we talking about?
We're
You mean
talking
when they
about any
were
sex
saying that
that's
black
women.
women
We've done
weren't
this like
women?
12
I can't
times.
hear you guys. Can you just talk one at a time?
considering that the fact that transgender individuals didn't have rights then either, I'm pretty sure if somebody identified as a woman, they would get their rights removed as well.
You did have rights because you guys are males. You guys had the rights for men.
Oh my
Please
god.
stop misgendering
Cole.
individuals.
It's
This
not
is just
misgendering. I'm
not-
talking about the
Well,
1920s.
males is fine. Males is sex, not gender.
I'm
Males
talking
is fine.
about males in the 20s. When women's suffrage happened, you guys would
And
be
if there was
covered. Can I just
if there
finish
was a
my
male
sentence?
who was a woman at the time, if there was a male who was a woman at the time,
They
then
would
they
be
would not
murdered.
have had their rights.
They would have still
Just
been
because
allowed
they're
to
male.
vote.
No, they
Yes, they
wouldn't
would
have.
have.
Not if they were a woman. Not if they were expressing
You're
themselves as the trans
incorrect.
women that they were.
You're
No,
wrong.
I
They
am
have the same
100%
rights as
accurate.
other. They have the same
You
rights
do
as
not
men.
know anything
Do you think
about
queer
like
people
trans
had
liberation, any of that.
They have the same rights as any other man.
Oh, that's funny.
look
Because we're
anything
just
into queer history, queer
I don't
rights
need
in
to
the
look into
1920s?
queer. I don't need to look into queer. You guys were still covered under males.
oh my god.
You're an idiot.
You
Am
literally
I?
Like,
we've
genuinely.
said the
You
And
same
I'm
just-
going to
thing
show
like a
you how
million
I'm
times
going
to
to show
this
you guys
one.
how homophobic you guys are. Do you think that two males can be lesbians if they're trans women?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That's what you guys erased. Even sexuality. It's crazy.
No, you
No.
are erasing their genders.
You're
My
crazy.
sisters are trans and they're married and they are lesbians because they are fucking women.
Well, they're two males, right?
Christy,
It
what is
doesn't
the
matter to their
contradiction in the
gender. They're
bathroom?
women who love each other.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So if two males pretend
Your
that they're
entire
women, they could
ideology
be.
is
No,
just
it's not
blatant
pretending.
Western
I
imperialism.
Here's
Well,
the
I'm
let's
funny
try.
part.
Let's
so
try this
I
way.
just fucking can't anymore.
When
I
Can we just
can't.
kick her?
We said the same
Yeah.
thing like 12 times. I didn't even ask this time. I'm just like I can't repeat myself
So
anymore.
you guys want to hear something really funny? Russell is in
What?
here saying that this was brain rot. You know, from Ian Stream, Russell.
Russell.
Not him. Oh.
I got a good chuckle out of that. I'm like, this is hilarious. Yeah, Lise, you can come up. Give me a second. But
Lise.
let's try not to overtalk each other.
Yeah, I'm kind of bad about that. I'm trying to be
Sorry.
better about it.
It's all good, Lise. Lise. Okay, who do we have? We have Colin from Canada coming up next. Hey, Colin, can I just get your age for TikTok terms of service reasons?
Sure, old, 40.
Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, right? So I don't know which side this would actually support or not, but has there ever been, let's say, 1,000 trans individuals, they all take lie detector tests, and just to prove once and for all, this is it. This is who they are. This is, what they, this is just who they are. Has that ever happened?
May
Good
I?
question,
May I?
actually, because, sorry, really quickly, I don't know if any of y'all are going this way with it as well. Not lie detector tests, but we have studied people who have gone through gender affirming care, whether that just be clothes and hair, whether that be HRT, or whether that be trans affirming surgeries. And when we study these people throughout their lives, I mean, it's like a 99, if I remember correctly, percent rate of like happiness with all of that. So that's a 1% rate of people who are discontent with it. Knee surgeries and hip surgeries, I can't remember which is which, but one has a 20% rate of people not being happy with it, and the other is a 40% rate of people not being happy with it. So every surgery is going to have this percentage of people that's not happy with it, right? But when we look at the care that these people are getting, we see that they're always happy about it. Almost 99% of the time, they're happy about it. And we even have researched the people who have detransitioned and found out that the reasons that they've detransitioned aren't because that they aren't trans. It's because their family or their friends weren't supporting them. It's because they were having issues at work or out in their social lives. So they literally like will detransition and put themselves back in the closet in a sense in order to keep themselves mentally safe. So lie detector tests, no, but we have done lots of long-term studies of trans people that do prove that they are getting the care that they need and that we are who we say that we are.
And
Totally, and I'm not questioning happiness, and thank you for citing, what has been done and what hasn't been done. Do you think that would actually be beneficial in these types of discussions where at least one side or the other would be able to say, look, happiness and greater health and overall just general, goodness for individuals? Totally. I'm sure those tests prove exactly what you're saying, no problem. But when people start having these types of discussions and debates and all that, do you think this would not be a beneficial study of some kind to point at, to be like, this isn't just about happiness, this is truly who, they
Can
say
I
that I'm a woman, I am a man, like would that not help that?
can I
so
respond?
yeah, and then I'll go after you, Trina Alpine, because there's some problems here with the whole idea.
Yeah, so you're saying they should take a lie detector test to saying
I'm
I'm
not
a
saying
woman?
anyone should or has to or anything like that. I'm saying, do you believe it would be beneficial if you take 1,000 trans individuals and based off of their sex versus gender, ask them that question? I'm a cishet male, right? So I'm going to say, you know what? If I go in a lie detector test and say I am a woman, that's going to go, and it's going to be like, yeah, no, you're full of shit. Pardon me, you're wrong, yada yada yada, right? So what I'm saying is whether you think it is morally correct to do or that people should volunteer themselves to do so. Yet, if we take all of that out of this and just say purely from a yes no perspective, do you think that would be beneficial?
Uh, for two reasons, no. For the
Okay.
first, lie detector tests are faulty, inaccurate. They're not accepted in court. You can
There's
fool them like
yeah.
incredibly easily. All they
Also,
do is measure like your heart rate
this is part of the
and
Yeah, we
like
problem
like
too. Is that
heart rate, blood pressure, stuff like
But
that.
wouldn't
If you're just
that
like nervous, then like you can get like a false reading.
and asking
okay?
somebody
But
about their
but
gender is
if
going to make them nervous if they're transgender. It's
you think
going
so?
to. At least it's going to do it at a much higher rate than a cisgender individual, almost certainly. Just due to the amount of hatred that they receive in day to day life.
If people who are very
and this
comfortable, very empowered, very, like they know and that they believe in their conviction in that, and like the people who are hosting these lives and stuff like that, like I mean, I'm just trying to find, we talk about science and everyone talks about, well, my science says this, my science says that, and yada, yada, yada. And it goes nowhere. What I'm trying to find is there a way, and you're saying based off of just their comfort and whether or not they would be willing to come forward and everything like that. But I'm talking about people who are like, you know what? I want to put this to end. I want this to go. So these people are in there, they're convicted. They have it in, this is who they are. We
well,
take
then they would get
those
a positive
people.
result
Right. And what I'm saying is, if that's not been done, why hasn't it been done? Why not take
because lie
the
detectors are bullshit.
1,000?
Yeah, they are.
Okay, you're losing me a bit there, though, right? Like, I
No,
mean,
no, no.
lie
Like,
detectors
do you
are
think? No, no, no. Like, can I
There,
just
there's
say,
a
like,
like
do
a
reason
you
why.
think
thousand people are all gonna fool or deny a lie detector. Maybe
lie
get a couple
detectors
people.
aren't like a truth serum?
And we
They're
have
they're
Correct.
kind of.
completely.
We're sort of already have
Sorry.
done this when we've looked at how to actually treat
Like,
things like gender dysphoria, where we know for a fact that these people have gender dysphoria, and the best way to possibly treat it is to affirm the gender that they feel. Um,
Okay, we're talking treatment though, but the identification of it is what
a
I'm
lie
saying is
detector wouldn't
is
do that,
is
is
there
what
a
I'm saying,
way?
though.
But is it a way
So
to help support
here
at least?
No,
here
like,
are kind of how
Okay.
my thoughts circle back around on that and why. For the reasons we discussed, it wouldn't be helpful. And you're talking about science being brought up and how different science is brought up. And I just can say that our everything we're speaking from, all the studies we're speaking about that are based off of treatment and people's satisfaction rates with those treatment, it does show that we are who we really are. And if somebody brings up science that disputes that, we can typically either find that the source is old or by like a transphobic doctor. Like if somebody brings up John Money and then uses it in the wrong way,
Sure.
that's a pretty
Fuck
common
John
one.
Money. That was in my city.
Oh no. Anyways, so yeah, like that's where we typically find that there is only one truth that science is going to come to at the end of the day. So it's just about discussing these things enough in like with people that are respectful about it, like you are being, so that we can actually get to a place where we can say this is the science that has good, solid, current scientific proof behind it, and this is the science that is not following good scientific method. It doesn't have big groups. It's old. It's by bad doctors, stuff like that. So once we're able to parse through all of that, you are going to be able to see the truth of who these people
Oh,
are,
he left.
again, just by their satisfaction rates in the treatment that they're able to get.
Oh,
Oh, he
he
dropped?
left.
Damn.
But Dusty, John Money is a doctor from like I think it was the 60s. There was a pair of twins. There was a botched circumcision, and he just offered to perform gender reassignment surgery on the child and then study them as they grew up.
By the way, Dusty
And
got a violation for hate speech and hateful behaviors.
Good.
but like you can read about this. It's a pretty. I think there's a documentary even. But John Money,
It is that guy, Dusty. Sorry.
Yeah, it's that guy.
yeah. So the guy who they ended up transitioning actually to a man when they were raised a woman. So I guess not really.
Yeah, and so like
You know,
going back on the thing, we've kind of
it actually ended up
we have
proving
seen what
that
happens like when
genders. Yeah.
we've kind of already put them through lie detector tests because people wouldn't like our understanding of people who are lying, they wouldn't do things like go out of their way to cause harm to themselves if they didn't truly feel that way. Um so like and the alternative to like affirming a gender is going to be repression, and trying to force somebody uh like convert through conversion therapy. Um it is there's a good reason why a number of states have banned conversion therapy. It's because it's just like it's very clear that it just hurts individual more than it helps in any sort of way. So yeah, we have kind of seen how like the individuals aren't lying about this. There's very good reasons to think that individuals aren't going to lie about this, especially in the current day and age. Okay, we're not going to spam in chat.
Well, I don't know. I wish they would. Hopefully, they request up instead of spamming in the chat.
Hey, why don't you come
Instead
up
of
here?
licking Christie's taint.
Oh, but when I was listening, like when she was like saying like the stuff about oppression in Afghanistan, I probably would have responded with like it's presupposing that like it's based on sex, that a woman is based on sex. So just presupposing her conclusion to begin with.
We tried explaining that, and she just glossed over it.
Okay. By the way, whoever requested this person who came up, your request, I guess, it wasn't showing up. That's the reason why I didn't bring you up next, and I tried to pull somebody else up. I don't know if that's just a TikTok thing, like you exited the app and it like cancels the request or something.
It does that sometimes, yeah. I
Yeah.
think like when you like leave the app, it like gives like a pop up to saying like, "Are you sure you want to leave?" And I think that might like get rid of the request, but like still say you requested. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Just could I get your age for TikTok terms of service reasons?
Yeah, 42.
All right. Do you disagree that trans women are women?
Yes.
Why do you feel that way?
Well, can we talk about this? Can we bring up two things that would help this? Can we not, anyone bring up having to use empathy or intersex? And then I'll have the discussion with you. Is that a
I,
possibility?
I couldn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, could you repeat that?
I said, can we talk about this? And I'll answer your question if we don't have to bring up the word empathy or the intersex community.
Why don't you want to talk about intersex?
Because I rather not. I'm talking about the trans umbrella. So let's talk about just stick
Because
to
you know
trans.
it disproves it?
No, it's
Yeah,
just
so
stick to trans.
the problem about like taking out a whole group of people is that like you'd be trying to like exclude
Yeah,
redheads
yeah.
from a conversation. That's how
You don't have to bring up gay people to talk about lesbians. All right,
to
you
some
don't have
degree,
to.
yeah.
No, it's period. It's period. Dot is what it is. So let's talk about this prompt without having to use intersex and the word empathy, and let's see how this goes.
Okay, time
Who
out
said
real
empathy
quick.
in the first place, though?
If we're that too, but
Well, sorry,
transgender refers to the difference between sex and gender. So you
sorry.
can't take intersex out of
Yeah,
the
you can.
equation
There's only
like that.
intersex. The I, they got their separate letter. Give it away. Just stop right there. It's trans.
Um,
You're under the
Okay,
Do you
trans.
think that
listen,
the
listen.
sorry?
It talks about the
No,
difference between sex and
no,
gender.
no.
Listen, I need you to
You
stop
can't
talking
do
over
it.
me. You're just making
You
a fool of
guys
yourself.
can't do it.
You are literally just making
You
everybody laugh at
can't
you
do
because you
it,
won't
can
even
you?
listen to the point,
You
okay?
can't do it.
So
Double
listen,
Christie.
listen,
Christie
Linda,
is.
listen. Okay, so basically, um, what I'm trying to say, you're muted by the
W
way, so people
Christie.
can't hear you at this moment. So,
Yeah,
um,
let's
the
like both speak
difference
for a minute.
transgender is referring to the difference between gender and sex. So
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you
yeah.
take an entire sex
No
out of the
intersex.
equation, when you take an
No,
entire sex out of the equation, you are taking out relevant information to being
no intersex
transgender.
needed.
You are, and you can not accept it
You
or you can
can't.
accept it.
No.
And I will let the host decide whether or not he wants to have
Yeah.
intersex be a part of the discussion, but you are trying to take out something that's relevant.
I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I think to some degree you can just talk about it without. I mean, we cannot
Just
bring up
try.
intersex.
Yes, right. That's right.
Because none of our argument is based off of intersex anyways. I don't
Yeah,
think for the
yes,
most
it
part.
is. Oh,
Um,
oh, it
Mm,
will. It
when it
will.
comes down to it,
They
you
know.
kind of sort of can, but when you have somebody who's born intersex who ends
Okay,
up non-binary, are they cis or are they trans?
yeah,
they're
that's
So like it's
intersex.
an important part of the
They're
discussion to
intersex.
have.
They're intersex. They got their
But that
own.
doesn't refer to their gender, that just refers to their sex.
Sorry, but it's all under the intersex. They're under I. That's it. Sorry.
But when you
Do you
have
think the
what about an intersex
LGBTQ
woman? What about a
and
woman who's intersex?
yeah.
But
Like,
but but
where do
nothing.
they?
It's intersex.
I would just put like. Do you guys see the
They're
image I have pulled up?
intersex. That's it. Plain and simple. Leave them in their little. Leave them in their little letter. That's it. Leave them there. Leave them alone. They got nothing.
I think host was trying to talk to you, friend. I think he was trying to get you to look at something.
No, I
Yeah.
don't
So,
believe that.
where would you put woman in this intersex woman in this diagram? I would just put it as intersex and just draw it to women because, like, I guess they could identify as trans or cis women, because they are inherently intersex and that sex is not a binary. Um,
Yeah, that's where it gets kind of blurry. I would just put intersex outside of the
Hold
circle as well and draw it in
on.
towards women. Yeah.
Hold on. What are we talking about now?
do you see this diagram I have pulled up behind on the screen?
Yeah.
Um, I just don't know what like. I would put intersex
Why are we
individuals.
talking about intersex?
Um,
That's specifically my number one request if I could. If not, I could drop. I just said, let's not bring up needing empathy and anything to do with intersex. And
Well,
can
we
I
can
ask why
do,
empathy?
yeah, that one I don't get. Like, why would you not bring up
why do
empathy?
we need empathy in saying that a gay man is a man who enjoys having sex and partnership with another man?
Yeah,
There's no empathy needed.
That
yeah.
the
There's no
the language you
contradiction
just
in.
used was empathetic.
Yeah, it.
No, but there's no empathy needed.
What do you think empathy means?
And you know
Just
what?
humor
No,
me.
no, I'm not going down the dictionary road with you.
Like,
Listen,
no, I just don't know what
no,
you mean by
no,
empathy if it's not that.
look, you want to look something up, you look it up and read it the way you want to read it.
Like, I don't care
I don't
what the
play the
dictionary says. I want to
dictionary.
know how you
I
are using
don't
it so we can have a
care. I
conversation.
don't care to play
We
dictionary.
aren't trying to play with you. We just want to know what you mean so that we are speaking with the same meaning
We're
to the same
talking
word. We
about.
want to understand each other is all.
We're
We're not
talking
trying to do a
about.
gotcha. We're not.
We're talking about intersex here.
So when
Is that the Goose in the comments? Wow. Hi, Goose.
holy smokes, that's a lot of followers.
Yeah,
Hi,
Goose.
Goose. That's my
Goose
favorite
knows
follower.
I got
Hi,
you
Goose.
guys.
I've watched you so much, but I've never gotten to like
Yeah,
hang with you or
Goosey,
anything like that. I
Goosey.
just wanted to say hi.
Hey, Goosey, Goosey.
Um, what I would say is that like, what was I gonna say?
I don't
Like
know.
the reason why we're asking about empathy is because like I also run sometimes we talk about God debates, and like when I say God, like generally I'm referring to a mind that created a universe, because I think that's a good definition that widely encompasses the idea of that we see as a God. So like if you don't align with that, I don't know what you really mean by God at that point. So we're just trying to figure out what you mean by things. We're not trying to go down like we're not going to tell you that your definition is wrong. We just want to know what you mean by
I
empathy.
don't care about definitions. I don't define. I don't care what people think about what I think words mean.
Well, you do to some extent,
We
because
can't have a
yeah, we couldn't have
Yeah.
a conversation then.
No, yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. You can ask, and I don't have to. I don't
Well,
have
what
to
if we
get
say what if we say something and then you're like, that's empathy, and then we don't know what you're talking about?
No,
Yeah,
I'll never use the word empathy. So don't worry about
How,
it. Let's go on now. Let's move on. Move on.
well,
Okay.
what
we
if I
just don't know
say
what you don't want
Yeah,
us to talk
understanding
about.
someone
what
else's
if we say?
perspective?
What if we say? And what if we don't? And what if we this? And what if we that? Come on, dude.
All we're trying to figure out is what you don't want to talk about, and we don't really know.
Trans women are women. It's false.
So where's the contradiction?
Large and small gametes. That's it.
Well, that you'd have to justify why
Yeah,
you
so
would.
that's
That
why
you
you don't want to talk about intersex, because that
That's
disproves
exactly
your whole thing.
right.
ah
That's exactly right.
So you admit it. Okay, just drop them then.
No, but then you got no defense.
well, we could just say that sex and gender are different based off of all
Intersex.
medical like
No,
almost
you
every
got
single
no.
medical association out there defines that sex and gender are different.
You got no defense, though. See,
This is totally bad faith. You're explicitly starting out with
you're
wanting
reading
not to
what
talk
Goose
about
said.
the thing that
You're
defeats your
reading what
argument.
Goose is saying, dude. Stop trying
Lay
to
off the
get.
Marlboros, buddy.
Stop trying. I'm getting. I'm basically. I was sick last week. Listen.
Hmm.
Stop trying to get on Goose's coattails. He won't follow you.
I don't care about Goose. I've just seen
Yeah,
him.
sure.
Yeah, I don't care how many people
I'm not
watch
even
this
thinking.
live.
I'm trying to talk to you.
I don't do
Yeah.
this for clout. I do this because I think that this is
Hey, let me
morally
ask you
right.
something. Are you guys proud of who you are?
I'm very proud of
All
who I
of
am.
you.
Yeah.
All of you. Are you guys all proud of yourselves?
Yeah, I try to do good in the world.
Okay, so
I
you're very
try to be a good
confident.
person.
You're very a good person, very confident, and you love who you are. This
Yeah.
goes for everybody on the panel.
Yeah, I think everybody
I
here.
try to be worthy of my
Okay,
ideals.
let's
Yeah.
all get on camera. Let's all of us get on camera and say hi to each other and hi to the
I don't
chat.
think I have permissions. I would.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
you
can.
have to have
Now
more
you-
than 50 followers in order to have
Yeah,
camera
let's
permissions.
all,
I can't.
everybody,
I don't have.
Says live access needed to use.
everybody, let's get on camera.
Who says leave me out of it? Yeah, I too would distance myself.
For real. It's cool
I'm
to see
trying to
your
turn my
comments,
camera on
Goofy,
and
but
it's
like
not
again, that's not why we do
letting
this,
me.
which
Yeah.
you and I discussed when we're
What
so
happened?
yeah.
So
What
the
happened?
reason, do you know why we do this? It's because we think it's right. Like I can justify to you my basing for morals and how the objectively
You guys
speaking,
are,
you would actually result in a contradiction in your worldview if you were to say that trans women are not women.
you guys think you're doing right.
I know I'm
those
doing right. I'm
people-
objectively right.
No, listen. You guys think you're doing right, but the real people who are for your community are in person. They show
I go to
themselves.
protests all the time.
Yeah, well, and what about
Yeah, well,
everybody else?
I know for a fact we've changed people's minds about like about gender and stuff beforehand, and that in fact
Yeah,
that
but
this
you're
is the right
scared
thing to
about
do.
showing who you are.
But you're saying that without like, so you're trying to say that
That's
you know
not
us better
being
than we
coward.
do.
Stop being
turn your camera
cowards.
on then.
Stop being cowards about it.
I tried to turn my camera on. I don't have
You
enough
just turn
followers.
on your camera like Goose. Goose is a very, very lovely, pretty man.
I am aware, Goose. I'm not scared of him.
Just I'll let
I
you
get
up,
screamed
Ashley.
at by Nazis all the time.
Yahtzee, bring gas your ass in the air.
Wow.
Yahtzee.
Who are you hanging out with?
People fighting Nazis, that's who.
Hey,
That's
Ashlyn.
horrible.
It is Ashlyn, right?
It is horrible.
Yeah.
Oh no, not Mary. Oh,
Hey, what do you do to stand up for your convictions? They not.
What's that?
What do you do to stand up for your convictions? You're questioning everyone on the panel what we do to stand up on convictions, and I got a whole degree in a field because I respected individuals' rights and liberties, so I went and like spent $50,000 to learn more of it, and I go to protest and I work.
I'm not in the community.
What do you do? No. You're questioning us. What do you do to stand on your convictions?
Yeah, so why don't you go to protests that are against LGBTQIA? If you
You're
don't,
asking
like,
me what?
it's
You're
just like a
asking me what?
performative contradiction if you're saying that we should go to protest but you yourself don't go to protest. It's just performative contradiction.
Oh, I protest just like you guys on here.
No. We do other things though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you do?
Yeah, like I said, I spent $50,000 on an education so I could understand the human psyche better and learn the actual understandings of the human brain. I go to protest. I worked in the field of psychiatric, emergency psychiatric. What did you do?
You're asking me what I did for a living.
No.
Oh no, it's him. Oh no.
No, what do you do to stand on your convictions when you think something is right? Because it sounds like you just get on the internet and complain.
No, I actually protested.
You protested? Yeah.
What, January 6th?
No, I protested.
Mm-hmm. You make a sign.
Guys, my Russell is here. It's him. He is here. Oh
I
no.
protested that.
Oh, that guy.
There were like 3 different places I went to that the DJ.
Oh, 3 little protests. Wow.
Listen. The three places where the DJs play 30-second songs instead of a full minute, so I can get a more longer lap dance at the strip club. I think that's important, I do think that's important. You stupid fucks.
Whoa.
Gross.
Aw.
That was the lamest little boomer joke I've ever heard.
Hey, listen, $50,000 that you spent is full of fucking bullshit, all right?
To literally get my degree and help people?
Yeah.
How did we get to the moon? It wasn't with uneducated individuals, people who spent time learning about physics.
Oh,
That's how we got to the moon. Oh no.
Oh god, he's a moon landing denier. What do you think it's made out of cheese?
Okay, so then we'll just do this. The device in front of you was built using science and logic and people who went to school to do things.
You know what's funny? You guys all love to sound educated, and you probably are. You probably aren't. Who's to say? But
guys, we're educated. He's insulting us because we're educated, guys. It's such a. Oh my god!
Wow,
guys,
I went to 3rd grade science
Holy
class.
moly!
Situation.
Such a big insult.
The
Here's the
best
thing.
part of this situation.
What shape is the Earth?
Is that Christy came up.
No. What shape is the Earth?
Every one of it. You know that? Christy destroyed each and every one of you. You guys had to kick her out.
Really can't stand on your own 2 feet enough to not refer to somebody who previously was up here. You can't even just
We kicked her
stand
because
on
she
your
wouldn't
own
let people
argument.
speak.
Christy destroyed the fuck out of you. Cooked you guys. Left no crumbs.
So you're just here to lick her taint then?
Uh, no, not really, because she's
Hey,
married.
I really don't like coming up here and making like a joke
Oh,
out
I
of
really
people,
don't
but
like to
like
announce myself.
it's
But
I
I'm
know
announcing
no I
myself.
just I more
I
so
really
pity
don't like to
you.
announce myself, but
I
I'm
pity
announcing
you more than
myself.
anything else
I
because I can't
really don't
imagine
like the
how
proof
sad
that
your
I
life
paid
is
50,000
not
for my
without
education.
diversity,
But I'm here
without
telling
people that
everybody
differ
why.
from you.
I really don't like to come up here, but I'm up here saying the kind of shit I'm not supposed to be
Yeah,
saying.
and you've not presented an
Well, and I'm
argument. You're
not,
just
and
whining, you
I'm just a
snowflake.
being hypocrite.
So what's
My
your
You're
name
a
is
argument?
Snowflake, and
snowflake.
Hey
I'm a
they
hypocrite.
they not. What shape is the Earth?
Oh my god, dude!
What shape is the Earth?
Yeah, well, I'm curious. What do you think the shape of the Earth is? I don't really
It
want to go down
is.
the whole
What
flat
What
Earth
day
thing,
is
but
it? What day is it? Friday?
it's Ferret Friday. Yes.
Not Friday. All right. It's a star.
Ferrets. I love
It's a
ferrets.
star.
It's
Wow.
a star. Yeah. Are you done, Ashley?
But you don't believe we went to the moon?
You can leave now, Ashley. You don't do this kind of thing, remember? You can go.
No, I said I didn't like to, but I'll wholeheartedly do it. If I'll do it with my chest out, I have to.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, no, the problem is that I
Turn
pity
on your
people like
camera.
you because
Turn on your camera,
no,
coward.
no, because you already said you go
Turn
to
on
strip
your
clubs. I'm not
camera,
going to be your
coward.
corn on the
You're a
internet.
gross old man.
Turn on your camera, coward.
Yeah, but yet again,
No,
what?
I'm good.
Says the one who doesn't
Let's
have
see
his
your
camera
face.
on.
Let me go look
This
at your
is just a red
profile.
herring. Yeah, you can come up next.
Oh God, don't! Now I want to take down my PFP.
Oh man, look at that.
There's a reason.
Right,
Yeah,
Ashlyn,
this
I
goat
would
is in the
too. I'm so
background.
uncomfy.
That's the picture you're using now.
Oh, you
You
know
look
that his
horrible.
corn history is trans.
You
know
look.
it.
Oh no.
Absolutely. All the far writers all want us. They will never say it, but they want us more than anything.
Christy's the goat. Man, I love when Christy cooks.
Are you mad because it actually turns you on?
It's hella fucking hilarious.
You're just is that why you're upset?
Are you mad that you weigh?
I can do some psychoanalysis.
Are you
I don't
mad
believe
that
in
you
it, but
weigh
I'll do
30,
it.
80 pounds more than your picture
Okay.
right now?
Just tell us how you really
Are you
feel.
mad that you're
Oh,
using
fat
a
phobia
picture
too.
to
We body
probably
shaming now?
like 70?
Yeah, you're a total boomer.
I'm the fat one, and it sounds like when you ejaculate, it's dust. Like really?
Oh, did you learn
Dusty,
that?
we found your counterpart.
Oh shit.
You could have learned that on the streets and not have to pay 50 grand. Wow.
I could have. Yeah,
Just
for
learned it,
$1.50 for late fees at the public
Bro is
library.
bragging about
But
being
at
uneducated?
least I read
This is
books.
so
I mean, of the two of
intelligent.
us, I think reading books is a bar in hell, but it's one that I've
intelligent.
surpassed.
You thought you came up here and were going to do something, and you still haven't done shit.
I feel like I've done a lot.
Well, like you
think
came up
you're
here
doing
thinking that
shit?
you would do something, but you haven't even presented an argument. You just put claims out there and no reason to think that they're true. An argument is a claim and a reason to
Do
think.
your
Plain and
kids ever
simple.
come and visit you? They
Plain
not?
and simple,
Or do they?
large
Your
and
kids
small.
don't visit you, do
Hey,
they?
let's not get into
and
personal
small
attacks and I
gametes.
promise.
Sorry, yeah, no, you're
That's
good.
what a man
It's all
and
good,
woman
but-
are. Large and small gametes. That's it. That's it. Man and woman. That's all
Well-
you need.
Well, that's a claim. Why should we believe you?
No, that's a fact.
No, that's a
So
claim.
why are you ignoring the other four?
That's a fact.
That's a claim. I need you to give us a reason to believe that's the case.
No, it's a fact. 'Cause we
Okay,
don't.
so
We
then
only
what's your
talk-
source?
We're just talking about. We're not bringing up a certain letter in your community. So there you go. Try
Oh,
to
I am so curious, Goose.
go.
I bet you look like a fucking thumb.
Oh no, they think I'm.
You got a neck beard, I bet? Just
They
all
think-
scraggly gray hairs.
They think I'm this huge.
He has a hair left on his head.
Hey, I'm bald.
yeah, well-
Don't make fun of me. No, no, it's just the shape of my head.
What
That's
is
all.
your argument, they not? Like, what actually is your reason for disliking a group of people that you seemingly know nothing about? Like, when I dislike someone, I generally have a reason. Like, I don't like you, but it's because you're rude and you say bigoted things. But like, that's my justification. What's your actual justification? Like, were you what's going on in your brain?
Are you just scared because you
Oh
don't
no, I
understand
just
it?
stand for women. I just stand for women in women's spaces. That's it.
Well, I'm the only. Well, I'm a woman here. I don't want to say only. I don't know who else is on this
Oh,
panel.
so these people here
Um,
aren't women?
Cole and
well,
James
Didn't-
are also
Wait,
trans women.
wait. The people on the panel, there's no
I
women
don't
on
know
the panel.
people's pronouns.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
it don't matter. Wait, hold on.
Didn't you
Hold
just
on.
make a joke about strip clubs?
Hold on.
Yeah, right. Well,
I respect
no,
women.
no,
I want
no,
them
no,
to dance on my
no.
lap for longer.
No.
Sex
no.
work is real work,
yeah, sex work.
but I hope
no.
they kick
Ashley,
him in the balls.
there's no women on this panel here?
No, I don't know people's pronouns, so I don't know.
It sounds like Ashland is a woman, and I know Astrid is a woman. Reese, I think, is a dude. I know Stowe is a dude, and I'm non-binary.
Okay, cool. So of speaking for a woman who is on this panel, which would be myself.
You failed again. You failed again.
No. Hold on. I
You
thought you
think you
cared
did
about
something.
women. Hold
You
on. You're
think
not
you did
acting like you
something.
care about women.
You think you did something.
You're
you
not
failed.
really acting like you. I'm
You think
speaking
you
about
did something
women
and you
as a
failed.
woman,
You
and you're
failed.
just.
You
Oh.
thought you were going to do something and you failed. That's the best part.
No, I just
Curious.
Start
respected
over.
people.
You can start
all.
over.
I'm
Start
curious.
over.
How do you ground your morality? How do you determine what is right and wrong? How do you determine that?
Mice. I have spidey sense.
Oh, so your heme intuition trumps empiricism. Got it.
Spider sense.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley just getting shut down. That's the
No,
first $50,000.
No, this
So,
is sad.
So what the
it
problem
is
here
kind
is
of getting
that
this sad.
I feel
morality
like
is
I'm
based
bullying
off
an
of
old man.
Down, but
Now you guys, hey, let me ask you something. Let me ask you guys a serious question.
Hold on. Do you believe?
No.
Do
Hey,
you
shut the
believe?
fuck up.
No.
Listen.
Oh yeah, I care about
Listen.
women by telling a
Listen.
woman to shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
oh yeah, shut the
Real
fuck up.
pro woman. This is
Hey,
the
you,
proest of women. The
Ashley,
most pro
fuck
woman dude I
you.
have ever
Wait,
fucking met.
shut the fuck up. How about that?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
pro woman.
Yeah, there you go.
So pro woman.
Listen. Why did you guys kick out Christy? Why?
Because she wouldn't let people speak.
Because she's a
she
twat.
kept misgendering people, and I was done.
She was being rude. She wasn't letting people speak, and we weren't really having a conversation. She was just saying,
But
"No."
you want,
She wasn't listening to what we were saying.
but you
She kept
want
asking the same
opposition.
question over and over again.
But you want opposition.
Yeah, but
You know,
we want people who are smart,
Rational
not
people.
just
Respectful and intelligent opposition is what we want. Respectful and intelligent people.
Was she cussing?
You know,
cussing
Christy's not gonna
anybody?
sleep with you, right?
Was she cussing with anybody?
What does that
Do I
mean?
care?
Was she talking? Was she saying horrible things about anybody?
yes, because she got a
Yes.
community violation strike against her account. So yes, she obviously
She
did.
was literally spouting hate speech and
Like
like
what?
fascist
Give
rhetoric.
me an example.
We're not gonna say
TikTok
that.
gave a flag.
Yeah, we're not gonna say those things because guess what? They would flag us.
Trans, give me one.
Okay, so
Give me one small example.
let's go.
Were you
Let's go
listening?
back to the conversation. Why
Everything
should
that came
we-
out of her mouth.
You ground your morals, aka what is right and wrong, based off of how you feel. That means that your morals are based off of subjectivity. I ground my morals objectively, which means that they're right and wrong no matter how you feel. So unless if you're able to ground your morals objectively, I can just say that I can give you an argument for why trans women are women, and you have no ability to actually argue back because I have a symmetry breaker.
I'll destroy you. You want to go down this route? I'll destroy you. Don't bring up intersex. I will embarrass you.
Oh yeah, I don't need
Don't
to
bring up the thing that just like
I don't care.
Or empathy, right?
Don't bring it up. It's T. It's T, right? It's T.
Nuh-uh.
Are you ready for it to get destroyed?
Your counter argument is nuh-uh.
Yeah.
I just want to.
Oh yeah, destroy me, daddy.
I just wanna. Ashley, you
Most
can go
pro
now.
woman
Ashley, you
person
can
I've
go
ever
now.
met
You
below
can
me.
go
So
now.
pro woman.
Bye-bye.
Just he is
You can
oozing
go
pro
now.
woman.
Bye-bye.
Oh yeah.
No one cares what
Oh,
you
he's
want to
running.
Hey, Chunky, no one wants
Don't
to hear.
trip over your walker.
Be
I ain't going
nice.
nowhere.
Hey, sweetheart.
I ain't going anywhere.
Even fat would
I'm making
even
maple
women
coffee.
who you
Hey,
describe as
Chunky.
overweight still wouldn't want to be with you.
Chunky.
Even women who you would describe as overweight.
Chunky.
Okay, so it's clear that we're
Bro,
not
you
gonna have
sound
a
like you're
debate here.
dying in
So
an ICU right now.
yeah, it's clear that he's not actually gonna engage in anything. So, all right, let's see.
Seriously, does he have one of those like fucking throat things?
I'll let you have Basil, but I don't want to have like literally 7 people against one. That's a little insane.
Oh.
Hello.
Hi.
Is Stu gone now?
Oh yeah, I guess.
By the way, I normally don't devolve to that type of conversation, but I've kind of learned well enough that men that act like that haven't had enough people in their life say mean things.
Yeah, I
It's not just
apologize on
men. It's
behalf of
literally
men.
like as soon as hate doesn't win in a debate, it just becomes aggressive and shut up and all this stuff because they can't win because they're just so ignorant. They don't understand anything or believe anything, and they won't learn.
Yep, and it just makes a fool out of them. It shows the rest of the world, like, this is what transphobic far right people are looking like. This is the fool that they're making out of themselves, you know?
Well,
Like, I
exactly. They
would
don't
get
know
it if
anything.
they, exactly, if they had any backing. Like, even with Christie, I was like, if you're just going to keep saying no and not giving a source, then there's no point at that point. So yeah, they just don't have anything to back up what they say and what they believe. So
Did
Can
you
I
Yeah.
can
guys?
I just say how incredibly racist she was? Like, holy fuck.
Did
She
you
was just
guys?
making things
that
up
was
about what
wild.
Two Spirit and stuff.
Yeah, did you
That
guys
was
see
wild.
what Heem said? He said intuition trumps analytical or analytics, which trumps empirical, which trumps historical. That like
Yeah, I saw
empirical
that
is
and I
the
was like,
best thing.
what kind of pyramid is this?
I showed you the.
Intuition.
He
Wait,
said that before.
if intuition trumps this, then we have 7 billion truths that technically
Well,
exist.
it's a
Like that.
self-defeating position because I can say I don't
Yeah.
feel that that's right, and
Almost
I'm
lost my
right
cup.
in that case. So it literally immediately results in a contradiction.
Yeah.
7 billion of them.
Yeah. Well, you just need one, and it's so short that it's just like this is such a hilarious circular argument, or it's such a self-defeating.
Yeah.
Yeah, my
I
intuition
hate.
says that he's wrong, so therefore. Oof.
I just I somewhat take notice on coming up and checking cis people as a cis person on their annoying and just nonsensical rhetoric.
It's really
It's appreciated.
appreciated. Jinx.
Oh, I don't have a Coke, but I do have maple coffee.
Ooh, yum.
I found it at the store the other day. I'm excited to try it. Sorry, go on.
That was pretty much all I was gonna say. Is that like we appreciate when people who are educated enough come and support us and help us. Like obviously, like personally, I have a special interest in sex and gender, so I have a lot of information. I do have a source talk, like I said, it's at home, so I can't actually reference it right now. Not very helpful, but it's something I've been interested in for like 5 years at this point and been researching and educating myself on. So like when we are able to speak for ourselves, that's always great. But it's amazing when we have cis people that can come up and kind of take care of that kind of thing for us. Where when it's not even like evidence based at that point. So like, what is my information going to do if he's just going to say no? So especially in situations like that, at least for me, I noticed that, I recognize that, and I really appreciate it, Ashland.
I appreciate you appreciating it, I guess. Yeah, I try to let individuals in that community speak for themselves 99.9% of time. But you know, when it comes down to stuff like that, yeah, I try to. And sometimes I'm not gonna lie, I make mistakes. I get overzealous. I'm not perfect, but I do try.
I don't think anybody
Ditto.
cares about people making mistakes. It's what we do with those mistakes that makes us who we are. like kind of cliche sounding, but I think it's really important to like acknowledge the fact that we do make mistakes, but it's, us learning from mistakes and saying, hey, oopsie, sorry, a little bit more than that, but
Agreed, 100%. Even an example of that is like, so I still live with my parents, so they got really used to my change in pronouns when I came out. But I'm on vacation right now and I'm visiting some family elsewhere in the state, and my aunt and uncle that I'm staying with don't like, they're not around me very often. It's like a 3 hour drive, so we don't see each other too often. And like my aunt has been hanging out with me a lot of this week and has misgendered me a few times, but every single time she just realizes after it comes out of her mouth, corrects it, and moves on. Like, again, people make mistakes. It's totally cool. It's what we do with them. So even when it comes down to things as crazy as misgendering, it really is what we do with them.
yeah.
Well, especially if you're like from my generation. I'm a millennial, and I know transplant asterisk and
You
attest to this,
millennial,
but I know
go
I've
away.
messed up pronouns on my friends too. It's really hard because it's ingrained. But if you're still willing to actually learn and be like, oh shit, I fucked that up, and correct yourself, and it just makes the world better. I mean, Jesus, we're just people.
Exactly.
Speaking of pronouns, what are everyone's pronouns? So
I'm he, him.
Wait, Anne?
wait,
Yes.
he, him.
Oh wow. Hi.
Hi.
I don't follow you.
I'm a
I'll
she,
follow
her.
you.
She, her, and then I just want because it was in the middle of a conversation, so I wasn't catching everyone's.
Oh, I'm she, her as
Exactly.
well.
Oh, sorry.
And
I assume she
I
be
use
Basil is she, her, right? Or are we gassing now?
Yeah, I don't want people to talk over each other, so I think I'm just gonna go over it real quick and like make sure it's right. Lise has been muted for a while. I don't know if he's still around. And I might have just misgendered him if he's not a dude, but I'm right about that. So, right?
Yeah,
Because he's in
I'm
a
90%
Discord with
sure
us.
it's he, him. Speaking
Okay,
of, I need
well,
to like go on. I have to update people's gender roles on my server. Whoopsies.
yeah.
But I can like use the in
So
server.
yeah, Lise can interrupt at any time to correct that, but Stoat uses he, him pronouns. She be Basil uses she, her pronouns. Ashlyn uses she, her pronouns. Lise uses he, him pronouns. Transalpine Astrid, bleh, a mouthful. Astrid uses she, her pronouns. And I, Cole, use they, them pronouns.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
hmm
Yeah, I identify with stoats. I am a stoat. No, I bite people's heads off because nom 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 nom. Ingy stoat.
And my pronouns are mustelid weasel.
Yeah, it's really funny when somebody calls you a weasel when your name's Stotsky because it's like unironically I am kind of
Accurate.
using the name of a weasel. So like, what is that?
Mhm.
I know that Darth
My
Dawkins called me a weasel once, and it cracked me the hell up because he was unironic about it.
Love that.
I got my one of my ex's ferrets, and I did all the research and I found it everything, and it wasn't meant for me, and he just really liked them, and yeah, basically after a month, I said no more. You are not allowed to own these animals because he was not taking care of them. I have a affinity for ferrets, and they require a lot. They're
Yeah,
very, yeah, because they're domesticated, but they're not.
yeah, they're still kind of. I mean, they're domesticated
Always
like
wanted
starting
ferrets.
2,500 years ago or something. So like they're kind of domesticated, but they're still very they
Yeah.
can still bite down on you and like really pierce your skin, and like they still do have a lot of like animalistic. They
No,
require. They're literally
they
sleep or play with me. There's very little in between.
and you they how like I literally converted a whole room of my apartment as like a big room with ball pit and like with heaters and everything was
Aw.
needed. And his one job was just to make sure that their excrement was taken care of, and he couldn't even do that. I was like, they require a lot of social interaction, they require X, Y, and Z, and I was like, this is a gift for you. This is like your responsibility, because I was busy in school. And yeah, I was like, you know, and it was like time after time. And I was like, this is now a problem. This is borderline animal abuse, and I will not support it.
Yeah, I have a whole reptile room in my apartment. It's actually the master bedroom.
I'm convinced lizards are just reptilian weasels. Change my mind.
Yeah, it's a pretty awesome
Actually,
room.
ferrets are just furry lizards.
Ooh,
With
ooh.
teeth. With teethers.
I
Yeah,
gotta
wish
go, y'all.
could
My
have-
lunch is ending. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Thanks for stopping by.
It was nice to meet everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Tell Tommy's
See you
a
later.
douche.
Nice to meet you as well. See ya.
Bye.
I'll be right
Yeah.
back.
know
I
her
need
in
to go
real
use the
life.
restroom. So I'll be right back in like a minute.
Cool. I actually stopped going on the trans people debate scene for a while, just because I don't know. Maybe y'all can have some input on this, but it was like
Adora.
no, yeah, right. Um, no, it just I was like so. It's like it feels like nothing changes no matter what. You know
Yeah,
what I
it's
mean?
the same tired argument over and over again, and it just makes you angry and then depressed because you can't do anything about it. Is
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
feel. I was just like, I wanted to come up now because I was listening to AG's live and was just really frustrating me, and I wanted
AJ
to
or
like
AG?
AG.
Oh, yeah. Like in a guest way or in a.
Oh, I wasn't. I was just listening. I was trying to get up, but she wasn't letting me up. So
Oh yeah, I'm chill with AG.
nice.
She doesn't tend to have a lot of guest stuff.
Yeah.
Most of us are from like we all know each other from Ian, allegedly Ian's Discord server. So
Oh no, wait! I love Ian.
join the Discord. No.
Are you in his Discord or their Discord? Yeah, if you aren't there, we'd love to see ya.
I hardly even use the Discords that I have, if I'm being honest.
Well, I think it's a great community. There's a lot of good people there. So
That's awesome. Yeah, I had a Discord with the Bible guy. I don't know,
The
but
Bible guy?
yeah, he's in here right now, actually. I just wanted to say that because I saw him come in. But then there's other Discords that I'm part of. AJ's is one. And then I don't know, like I don't even know, like a lot of Palestine Discords I'm in, stuff like that.
Fuck yeah.
But if you're an atheist, Stotsky, how long have you been on this app?
this is like my fourth actual stream. I've done it for a while, but just like hopping on and like,
Yeah.
joining guests and stuff. Like literally, if I'm like Stoats God isn't real, like that's one of my backgrounds right there. But yeah, so I'm kind of new. So
Oh yeah, the Bible guy's not a Christian. I didn't even think about that. No, he's just very well versed. He's been on. Do you know who Justin Deconstruction is?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like a co-host here.
stonks.
Cool.
Sorry, no, I just saw him come in, so I wanted to say something because he's chill.
Yeah, I saw in this thing it says just an atheist who likes talking about the Bible. It always finds me funny when like, or I think I was on a live with you yesterday, Ashlyn. That like I was like, why do we know about the Bible and you don't? Was that
Well,
yesterday?
honestly, everything that I've learned about the Bible is from Dalton, the Bible guy. Virtually an expert, and I wasn't interested until I had gotten on TikTok, and I found that like a lot of what was happening on TikTok was from this Christian perspective, because it's not something that happens in everyday real life that you have these like conversations or arguments on. I just thought people were just uneducated and I was like, oh, cool, I can get on this app and I can talk about the things that I love to and I can educate people. Turns out I was naive, if you know what I mean. And it's much more complicated than that. I mean, and that's an oversimplified version. I didn't think that it would like be profound or anything in that regard, but like, yeah. So then that kind of got me into studying the Bible, um, and really trying to understand it. Um, and when I actually went through the text and read it, and I was like, why? How can someone believe this? Like, it clearly doesn't make any sense. Um, and this is coming from someone who was in a like Christian household. Um, I don't know. I wasn't ever like super duper religious, or I don't even know if I ever really believed in that kind of sense.
Yeah, like Justin and Ian kind of got me into the. I started like looking into like biblical studies and like the history of the Abrahamic religions once after I started listening to those two, and it's actually super interesting. But yeah, I have no idea how people actually believe this is real. Like from an like anthropological perspective, it's very interesting, but I don't know. So yeah, I was just commiserating, I guess.
I think it's worse for me because I studied people for so long, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, how do people believe this? Wait, you literally studied people for over 5 years, Ashland. Um, and I'm just like, I know why, but it's still. I don't think there's anything when it comes to people that still doesn't baffle me. So I would love input. Sorry, I just talk sometimes when there's silence.
No, it's all good. Sorry, I was zoning out there, so I missed literally everything you said for like the last minute. I was just looking at other things, and I'm realizing more that I do this. I shouldn't do that because I can't multitask. Is part of the problem.
Wow. Wow.
I'm
You know
sorry.
what? At least you're
So
recognizing it
offended.
and trying to correct it, which kudos for that one.
So offended, like massively offended. Unfriending, unfollowed.
Yeah. Um, yeah. It's funny that like I don't know. I felt like I was a Christian when like I grew up as a Christian, but like I just eventually started just stop going to church as much, and then like I started questioning things like this doesn't make sense, and I just couldn't like I just at one point kind of threw out everything what I believed and just started at ground zero and rebuilt my like worldview back up, and it just didn't have God in it because I didn't see a reason to add it in. So
Do you have excuse me. Um a pretty religious family, would you say?
not really. I mean, I guess my mom is more religious than anybody else. Um, but like I don't have like this. I'm not one of the oh well I had something bad happen to me in church and therefore I got to run away from it, and it wasn't like that. It was more that I don't know, it wasn't it no longer fit in my life anymore, and I'm like okay, bye bye religion, don't need you anymore.
I don't want to interrupt, but if you want to talk to multiple people about this and not just so, I actually was a pastor's kid for the first 11 years of my life. So
Yeah,
that's a very different perspective to give as well.
yeah, I want to hear from everyone when I ask these questions. Definitely, I want to hear from anyone on the panel. Please.
Awesome, cool. I guess I think the easiest way to do this is just to share a little bit of like my history with religion and my dad being a pastor. He was a pastor for 14 years. I was born 3 years into that. We had some issues with church, had to move because his job moved around. Obviously, I'm raised learning about all these different Bible stories. I actually was asking really good questions to be asking very, very young. Um, like just about how nonsensical the book was and the stories were. Um, so as I grew older, like I was forced to go to church until I was 18 every single Sunday, which is so fun. So even when my dad stopped preaching, we still, like my sister and I had to go with my parents to church. Um, kind of a little bit of how that played in with my life. I was involved in like since a young age, like 12, I think, 12 or 13, I was taking care of younger kids, like preschoolers and stuff during Sunday school. I don't think it's great to have that kind of responsibility on kids that are still kids. So that was fun. When I was 12, my mom asked why I was watching an educational video about different sexualities on YouTube. I said, Mom, I'm pansexual. And she said, No, you're not. So that was really traumatizing. And then luckily, even though my parents are both still Christian, and actually I don't know if I did talk to Sir about this at all, but I will bring up like Ian's lives, the stuff that we talk about, problem of evil, different like how just within the three classical laws of logic, how like a God can exist, stuff like that. Um, and he is open to having those kinds of conversations. He actually suggested that the pastor at the church that they go to have that conversation because he's got a couple of PhDs, and I
That's
would love to see
awesome.
that. Yeah, I
That's
know.
yeah.
I'm gonna see
Well,
if Pastor Mike does end up doing that, but Ian and Pastor Mike I think would be great because he's really educated to talk to him about that, you know? Um,
I don't know
so
that
yeah.
Ian necessarily knows a ton. Like he's definitely well educated in the Bible. I don't know how much he actually knows about it because it's not. He uses more of a philosophical argument than anything else.
Mhm.
Um,
He's a
but yeah,
Versus
disgusting
like a
Phil
Dan
Broughton
McClellan or a
character.
Deconstruction
Oh,
Zone, stuff like
just to
that.
interject, Ian uses they them. Sorry.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sorry.
oh,
yeah.
I did not. I didn't even know that. Thank you.
I
Uh,
I mix that up sometimes. So thank you
They
for like reminding me as well. I
part of
know
the
that they
thing
do,
is
but I also
yeah.
know that they don't mind any pronouns on lives at least. Like they don't correct people whenever they use he him pronouns.
I would
So if
rather
that makes sense.
the ones that
Yeah,
they would like just
of
in
course.
that's very interesting. My parents, my dad won't even talk about it with me. I brought up, I told him that I was agnostic, and he said past 18, I don't really care what you do, kind of thing. Um,
Mhm.
but like after that, I tried to bring it up to him, and then I said, hey, like these are people that I study. I brought up, Francesca Stavrakopoulou. I even brought up Dan McClellan, who is,
I love
I
her.
love Dan.
yeah, and I was like, here are the reasons why, and he's like, I'm not cared to have my mind changed, and I go, that's not why I'm giving you this. It's so you can understand me better, because
Exactly.
the atheist position is not well known, and I'm sure you don't even know why I don't believe. And he's just not willing to have that conversation. Um,
Yeah, that's one thing about my parents that I think is really special. Even though they are still heavily religious and like still go to church every Sunday, that kind of thing. Even so, I told you when I was 12, my mom said, "No, you're not," blah blah, that part. But they have learned and grown. Like they accept me as not only as pansexual, but when I was 19, so like 5 years ago, I came out as non-binary to them. I literally had an entire like doc with like information that I didn't want to forget to tell them about it. And they listened, they asked questions, and they started to practice using they them pronouns for me as well. And they allowed me to correct them and like kind of heard about what that would look like for them to correct themselves as we went on, while also like not drawing too much attention to it, stuff like that. And then my sister is also trans, and she came out. She's 2.5 years older than me, so I was 19 when I came out. She was like 21, 22, and I think she was 23 or 24 when she ultimately came out, so it was a little bit later. I think it was really good because my sister and I definitely both had a lot of mental health struggles. We both struggled with gender dysphoria. We both struggled with being bullied in school as well. So that was something that we were never able to get treated for growing up because in that time period when we were teenagers, our parents wouldn't have been open to talking about it, or especially not like getting us any form of gender affirming care, you know? So as they
may,
learned and grew, they've gotten great about it. They use the correct pronouns and name for both my sister and I.
May
they ultimately want to give them credit for that. So
may I interject a question? So
of course,
you're not a millennial. It sounds like. Am I
yeah, I'm
correct?
Gen Z. I'm 24.
Okay, so I wasn't aware on the like timeline on when this type of like child advocacy started to take a started to take a place. Um, because
Like by the
I'm a
medical
millennial.
community, or sorry,
Like
I'm trying to understand the question.
yeah, no, I'm trying to learn how to like. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it because I'm a millennial. I'm 31. Um, I'm a younger millennial too. Um, so some would have discrepancies that I could possibly be a late Gen Zer, but yeah, so you're saying at your age you didn't there's not care, and then
Okay, so like by the medical community, like the W path has been put into place for I think I don't know when it was established actually. But I
okay,
would guess around the coining of like the term transgender in the medical community, which was about 30, 35 years ago. It was in the 90s that term was coined. And then I assume the W path followed relatively quickly after that.
when you
Um,
say the medical community, I'm going to tell you right now I'm in a blue state. I've worked in emergency psychiatric. It is still not good. In
I
blue
agree.
state.
I've been in on the patient end of
Okay,
emergency psych before when I was much younger.
I'm preaching to the
But yeah,
choir here. Okay.
indeed. So yeah, and then the W path specifically will outline, and I know that like gender dysphoria was it in the DSM 4 or just the DSM 5? I don't know.
I
Um,
believe that they changed the terminology by the DSM-5, which was in 2013.
yes, but they still had like the diagnosis. It just wasn't gender dysphoria, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think you're right on that one. That previous name of the diagnosis kind of functioned as the gender dysphoria diagnosis would function now, just with language that wasn't quite fitting to what was going on at the time. So
They,
that's why they updated it.
yeah,
So
they didn't have previously the DSM-5. The main major attribute that if you read in the preface is around that 4Ds of diagnosis, but it's starting to focus. In the DSM-5, 2 5, which I think TR is hopefully coming soon. Is distress is the main attribute of the.
exactly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I absolutely love that like you have the education in this field, so I don't have to explain that the dysphoria is referring to the stress of of that differentiation between who you are currently and who like your body what your body should be to align with your gender. Like um
Yeah,
it
but
focuses on the distress rather than transness itself, kind of,
I
is my understanding of the previous one.
I even sway away from the term should be or ought to be, and I kind of would like to hear your feedback on this. And I've kind of like had conversations with other individuals who are a part of the community as well. That there is a, it's not an ought to be. It is like this is who you are, and this is like your brain is your brain, and
Sorry,
your
can you like, I don't know if it was just for me, but you cut out for a bit there.
oh, I apologize. Yeah, I can repeat. Like
It might
I
be my Wi-Fi. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's
your
actually
bar
you. You're the problem. No, I'm kidding.
you you're the
Oh,
problem.
it's me. Yeah, I think I'm gonna drop and come back up. Give
Okay.
me 1 second.
Okay.
Also, if anyone would like to, I'm just listening and trying to learn. So,
It's all good.
anyone else?
I do remember you saying when I went to the restroom, I turned on my Twitch because I can do that because I'm streaming on Twitch too. For the whole one viewer on there that actually might be just myself right now. um, but
Hey,
the
listen, you can be your own fan.
yeah, but the you remember, I think I remember you or somebody saying that it's like nothing ever seems to come out of these discussions. Um, but like I can say that I've actually had already like like a good interaction where somebody changed their mind and they're already kind of, affirming the idea of like transgender identities, but they had lost somebody who had like unalived themselves. um and they said, well, why don't we, like, they were basically starting to say, well, it was because we affirmed their gender that they did this. um and we spoke for them for like 90 minutes saying, no, this was, you were doing the right thing by affirming their gender and that kind of stuff. And
You
that,
kept them alive for 6 of those years by
yeah,
affirming them. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, there are some good examples of, good things happening. It's unfortunately very rare.
I meant it more in an I feel statement rather than a
Oh,
like
okay, yeah,
I
yeah,
think yeah I know the education, the activism, whether it's like someone on the panel, it does good. I really truly believe that. It's just um, it gets overwhelming sometimes, and I think that it's more of a place of that um, other personal reasons. I think had more to do with it, like with my handlings and dealings within the psychiatric field itself. I had a lot when I was pushing back against the hospital that I worked for, and I got into trouble. Even though I probably could have like sued them, and I just, because they're one of the only emergency psychiatric centers. I struggle a lot with like indecisiveness because I want to know that when I'm doing something like harm, I'm actually doing a reduction of harm and weighing
Mhm.
that. So
I
it
think
was
that's where the W path definitely comes into play. Um, because that'll outline like how much therapy you need, how long you need to be identifying, which I believe is like 2 years, how long you need to be identifying as who you are in order to make sure that you're not making any mistakes in affirmation. Because there are people who will explore their gender, identify like as non-binary for a little bit, then they realize, I'm just kind of present non-binary, but I'm cis. Like they'll figure that out as they explore.
no
So
no Cole. It was about dealing with uneducated nurses in the facility
uneducated nurses. Okay, sorry, I had to go and come
who
back,
would
and everything was breaking up, so I'm kind of coming back
Yeah, no, no,
partway through
no.
the
Yeah,
conversation. Sorry about
they
that.
they would. So one, we had like a Parkinson's patient admitted without levodopa or
Oh, sorry.
carbidopa. We had nurses that would literally say things to patients, or would like speak loudly. Like I had a nurse sit on there and just complain that she couldn't get IVF, but individuals who were trans could get their quote unquote gender affirming surgeries, just blatant violations where they would try to put trans patients into a room that was not like, it was a whole mess of like trying to sit there and say like, you have, no offense, an associate's RN. I have a bachelor's degree and I know that I'm technically under you, but this is inappropriate. um
Mm-hmm.
and I would bring up so many complaints. I would record things, and it gets even worse with like our DON and nurses on substances, and like it was a fight. Um, and it just left me traumatized, to be honest. So yeah, that's it was a whole mess, and just trying to advocate was, it felt virtually impossible. And that also, on being on TikTok when you're dealing with this, it's like, I don't know how y'all do it. I honestly don't, because I'm just a cis person. I can't imagine what it actually feels like.
Like,
Like,
Yeah.
for my
Um,
part, oh, sorry, go
Go
ahead.
ahead. No, you go first.
Um, for my part, I don't go on TikTok much, but I do go to protests and stuff, and I'm in like a trans advocacy group, so I am kind of dealing with it all the time. So It's like sometimes I just want to go on TikTok and like yell at people, which is not, I guess, very mature, but like it's a way to like at protests. Yeah, you like you chant, you do chants, you yell and stuff, but it's like they're just screaming back. They're not listening. You can't actually get a word in, and it feels like nothing's happening. And then you're also like actually in danger. So I
Mm.
guess it's sort of like a vicarious kind of, aha, you're stupid, and you can't punch me in the face. You know? But
Fair.
Yeah, that's definitely a fun part. Um, and
oh,
I
sorry.
just think
No,
too.
go on.
Go ahead. Go ahead, real quick.
It's kind of a an aside. I was just you mentioned being in pro Palestine servers earlier. I go to a lot of Palestine protests in my city, so I was just wondering if you could tell me what they are, or if I could join them or something. That would be cool.
Like,
Ashley.
yeah, yeah. I can. I don't. So dismantling Hasbara is one. Gosh, can I send you a list of the servers? Is that what you want?
Sure. Yeah, that would be great. Actually, thank you.
Yeah, my well, kind of ex partner. We still live together. We were together for like 2 years. He's Palestinian.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
so yeah, issue close
Mm,
to my heart.
yeah.
Um, very close to my heart. So my stepmom actually, when I told them that he was Palestinian, she asked me, "Oh, he's not a terrorist, is he?" Sorry, T
That's
group, T group.
fucked.
Sorry.
That's absolute. Oh, well, I'm not worried about TikTok like limiting this live at this point. We have 11 viewers.
Yeah, we
This
had
live is
200 at
big.
one point. Now
Yeah.
we're just chatting.
Yeah, it was that one person's like cronies that all followed her here.
Oh
For
yeah,
real.
Oh, really?
Christy is nefarious. Yeah. I've talked to her in Manimal. Do y'all know who Manimal is?
Oh my God, yes. Freaking wild. I didn't even know that was the same Christie that pops up, the same turf that pops up until Goose showed up actually. And then I was like, wait, that's the same Christie. So it was wild actually trying to have a discussion with her, and I'm excited to be prepared next time with my source stuff. So it'll take me like 2 seconds to be like, you can't just say no when I have a source and you don't.
Yeah. She I don't know. Should we she call I don't know. Like sometimes I just want to misgender her just to tick her off sometimes.
Show her how it feels, god damn it.
But yeah,
Yeah, like
it I guess is a pronoun that we could use. um it doesn't seem to understand or have any
talk about
fundamental
them in like the
knowledge.
second or third person.
Yeah, on like basic biology that you learn at a college level.
Yeah.
Because and I've gotten away from this argument for like a mainstream argument because I used to use it all the time because I what I kind of the feedback that I got was that we can't, you know, don't sum people down to their biology because it wouldn't even matter because that borderlines transmedicalism. And I kind of
Period.
thought about that, yeah. And I was like, you know what, that's right. And I've been asked that question: is would it matter, you know, if this scientific study came out? And you know, I thought about it and was like, no, it wouldn't, because that's not what matters in the end. Um, and I took this very strong scientific approach, and I kind of realized that like after a while, like that's one, it's not convincing a lot of people, and two, it's kind of diminishing. Like I wouldn't want to be in the abortion argument minimized to my ovaries. Um,
Period.
so yeah,
Um.
it becomes very difficult though to try to convince people because I'm like I'm so science strong.
Hmm. Can I circle back to something we were talking about a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just wanted to say the people who make the systems are the only people who can dismantle the systems. So when you were talking about like making reports and recording things and all that stuff in your job, when people were making blatantly transphobic comments and stuff like that and mistreating people, I just want to say thank you because it is not, I know it's not easy because I was the secretary. It's different, but parallel in a lot of ways. Actually had to create the position of Secretary of DEI on my student senate when I was in college. I was a full-time wheelchair user at the time, and there was no physical accommodation that was very good there. So I had to create the position and then do a bunch of advocacy, and it's freaking tiring. It is exhausting. But I do want to say thank you for that. You also were like talking about how we do this on TikTok and stuff. Like, and I just, for me, I'm autistic, and gender and sex have been a special interest of mine for long enough that it's almost just interesting to me to hear different perspectives, get more good sources, but also like to keep up with like what are the talking points that these transphobes are coming up with so that I can make sure that I am researched and have whatever I need in front of me to have these conversations. I almost just enjoy it just because it can keep me on my toes a little bit. It can keep me educated and keep me it's almost like free continuing education to keep myself informed about these kinds of things. Advocacy is something I've always loved doing in any way that I can. Protests are a little more difficult for me because I am still a part-time wheelchair user, and being trans and disabled in a way that people can see is not very safe. So Astrid touched on just like being there as a trans person. It's you're putting yourself in danger for sure. But with both of those involved, it's another level. It's a different thing. So I don't get to go out to very many protests. I've done a couple of virtual protests, but that's about it. I just enjoy doing what I can, and what I can more so is this kind of TikTok live discussion. So just kind of keeping my cool when I feel like it. Also letting loose a little bit when somebody's just proving to be dumb and like not interact with any of the points, you know. So yeah, that's kind of my response to that as well.
Yeah, and
First off,
don't. Yeah,
sorry, I'm sorry.
go.
But
No,
first
sorry,
off,
I was just. Sorry, no, go.
What if you talk? God damn it, no.
okay. First off, I appreciate the thank you, but like it's I don't think that that's like needed, like at all. It's not about me. You know what I mean? Like it's not me. And second, sometimes I lose a lot of hope. So I really appreciate what you said. I kind of just had that brief statement is that it's there it's more than just the trans people, and it's just there's so many groups, and I'm so passionate and I want to make change, and it just becomes that kind of empathetic tiredness, and it becomes defeating. So I really appreciate hearing from y'all, and that like kind of restores some of that. It's almost like a battery charge, you know what I mean? Like because
Yeah, it's good to be around people that can do that for you sometimes.
Yeah, empathy burnout is a real thing, and no, it's anything anyone does is appreciated, especially if you can just help on the side of like cis people on our behalf. It is appreciated. And Cole, it's like you don't have to. If you can't go to protests, it's no big deal. Like, not everyone can, and it's everything you do is contributing and part of it. I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Astrid. I know it's going to be a combination of this kind of advocacy in these online spaces while we still have the ability to like freely speak without being too overly like what's the word I'm looking for? Like the algorithm
Censored?
showing yes, censored, not being too overly censored. Um, it's going to be a combination of that. I think I'd be decent at helping actually organize events too, so I might get involved in that aspect. But yeah,
Yeah, you definitely should.
I totally agree that like, because obviously, if it were another disabled person, like I don't feel bad that that's not a way in which I can be involved, just like no one else should. Like if you can't, you can't. So just doing what we can is really what it comes down to at the end of the day. And yeah, that empathy burnout really is real. I mean, we these little devices are working overtime to desensitize us to all this pain and suffering of all these different groups that you're referring to, and it's just so important that we stay sensitized to the literal G sides and mistreatment of different groups, discrimination, racism, transphobia, all of it. We can't let ourselves become desensitized to that. That's when we stop fighting, and that's when we really aren't able to make change.
Yeah.
Rest too, like set time aside that you just rest or do things you're interested in. Like I said, I'm on vacation right now with some family and I'm having a great time. So like that's also another important part is to just like rest. You can't do any of it. It doesn't matter what aspect you're trying to do of advocacy, like what way that comes out. You have to have enough rest
Yeah.
to deal with everything. So that's important as well. So yeah,
Yeah, I've always liked the quote, the opposite of good is not evil, it is apathy. That's kind of my philosophy. Like, it's important to keep caring, even if
exactly.
it's hard.
Hmm.
Not just restating what you said. Sorry.
In a different way, which sometimes helps more people understand. That's good.
I'm autistic. I'm just trying to relate.
I love it. It shows me that you understand me too. I do that stuff all the time just to make sure, like, I'll just repeat it back in different words just to make sure that, like, I'm hearing what they're actually trying to say.
I kind of want to change topics a little bit. I kind of want to ask how you guys feel about if you could use Gore's theory of universal human rights as like a justification for trans rights. I'm pretty sure you could. I just
Is that Ian's thing?
it's the idea that all agents have
Yes,
a reason or have need freedom and well being in order to do
you
stuff,
sure
and then
can.
yeah,
You know
um,
how he says that you have the right to pursue, like, e- every agent has a right to, like, pursue a purpose or a goal?
yeah, and it would
Our
actually.
purpose or goal would be just gender affirmation.
What's crazy is that this even like works for even like allowing for like minors to have gender affirming care because it impacts their well being. So it's just like an ultimate
Yeah,
dunk on everybody where you just are objectively wrong and not get screwed, boy.
I I love that. I love that angle to things for sure.
I think it's an interesting argument. I just want to run it sometime to see how it works.
Hold
Um,
on. Do you want to like run it? Because I've never heard of this.
okay, so
So
the what Gorth's idea?
yeah,
Okay,
what's the argument? Because it sounds like something I align with, where I talk about like harm, well being and fairness as
hmm
this type of like universal principle, and if that's impacted, the problem that I have that it comes to is that I'm not a utilitarianism, and it kind of can justify certain aspects of utilitarianism.
I don't think that this really justifies any worldview. All it needs you need to do is just justify the fact that logic exists, which is any worldview has to do that. I just hold that it's a transcendental thing, or we should at least make it use like phenomenal conservatism to justifies us treating it as transcendental because even if it isn't transcendental, it definitely appears that way, and
Is
appearances can
this
be justified that way.
does this say that like anyone that doesn't like kind of agree to this term, then they're irrational actors and therefore their like claims can be dismissed.
No, what it
Yes.
does, well, yeah, sort of, but
Or
it just results in a contradiction in their worldview, so they're just wrong.
yeah, they would be
It's the
denying their
ultimate
own
wah.
right to freedom and well-being if they
Ian
deny
ran.
somebody else's.
Sorry. Yeah, Ian ran this,
Yeah.
right?
I'm
Yep,
definitely stealing it from
Yeah.
Ian because I think it's a fantastic argument. But it's
it's
just repurposing
fabulous.
it in a way that I think works well for transgender, like advocacy, because it like you're denying like if you were to deny somebody's gender identity, it would be a direct violation of freedom, and it would to
Yep.
like live authentically and act in the world as themselves. So like it's just a you would be affirming that your agency is sufficient to give you the right to act genuinely, but denying others, and then that's just special pleading at that point.
So
That's
I
logically
don't-
fallacious.
prior to Ian even running this, the reason that I thought this was a great argument is because I kind of had, and I'm not very good at philosophy, I'm not claiming to be, is that there are objective harms, and that as long as we're kind of agreeing on a definition, this is something that I've always thought about morality. That any harm that is objective and you just disagree, despite the fact that it makes you unable to come to a logical conclusion, because it, like you said, it entails a contradiction.
Yeah, I just think that it makes it really objective too, and I don't think that you could. Oh, I got my first inactivity thing. Fabulous. Thank you. I don't know if you guys heard the chime.
Yeah.
You're talking.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never. I think I've gotten that once before, but that was as like a guess. I don't know. But yeah, I just think it's a fantastic argument. There's some. I don't think there's really a way around it, and it kind of gets around like the whole is ought problem of what we ought to do. It just says that you're wrong if you don't follow this idea. So like you're not even making an ought claim. It's just you're wrong. Wah wah wah.
Yeah, he ran that for a while. I don't know why they ran that for a while. I don't know why they stopped.
I think that Ian likes just running, like they just like running new arguments all the time, so they become a better debater.
Yeah, it's just practice for their hobby, to my understanding.
Or that they just feel like they found other arguments that they want to like try like investigating, and so like they can put them in the back pocket. But I think that this is like genuinely one of the best arguments I've ever heard in my life, and
Yeah.
I think it's
I
so
agree.
it's so brutal for anybody who opposes it because it's just an instant like deconstruction of the worldview, and like it relies on so little. Like it relies on the fact that
Exactly.
we do things for reasons, which you can pretty much like you could boil it down to our brain, like even just our brains necessitate the fact that we do things for a reason. That there's like causality to this.
Well, it's very difficult. So I used to run something similar to that prior to Ian. I never claimed objective morality from this, but I would use the chess maker or the chess player argument, where morality is only something in which if we agree on the definition of good and bad, that good, well-being, and fairness, and you get them to agree that is what good is. And then you make the claim that objectively it is harmful to do certain things, and it's not harmful to do other things. And therefore, you kind of establish this partial objectivity, but I guess it's kind of full objectivity of morality.
Sort of.
So I would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry
so
to
I.
interject super quick. I'm gonna drop down. I'm still listening. I'm just gonna lose connection, so I'm just gonna drop down.
Okay.
It was really nice talking to y'all. Bye.
Bye,
You as
Cole.
well.
It was great having you
If I
here.
can interject here,
No,
I just-
you may not. I'm kidding.
oh,
Go ahead.
maybe I just feel like using this in the context of like the trans debate per se is framing it as a moral issue when it isn't, if that makes sense. That's my only problem with it, really.
So, and I don't think that I really have a place to kind of clap back or do anything. It's more on the framing when someone comes up and says that it's wrong, and you have
Mm-hmm.
to like talk about why that cannot be the case. Um,
Yeah, yeah, no, that
Yeah,
makes sense. I
it puts
just,
them in a position where they're just actually morally wrong if they disagree.
yeah, it just felt like
Um,
it's presupposing that the content, like, it's putting the contention that it's immoral or moral in as the presupposition, which feels bad, but I know it is
I think
no, no,
what the moral
necessary
claim
in.
here
it's
is that
making it that it's neutral or good actually.
Yeah.
it's yeah saying that like it's neutral or good to affirm gender identities, that it's like the right thing to do, not the wrong thing to do.
Okay. I,
Yeah.
I guess I just misunderstood that.
You could
Never
run
mind
this
then.
without even making moral claims. It could just be that necessarily follows that it has to be correct that trans women are women.
Yeah, it literally does that because if it's the aspect that someone comes up and says, you know, being a part of X group is morally wrong, and they would have to substantiate that claim by saying that it's causing harm or well-being or anything like that, and saying that they would have to agree to that premise, right? So they would have to agree that we look at morals in this sort of fashion. And if doing so, because generally that's what people agree to, if they do not, um, then they're just irrational. And they have no place to say about morality because,
Yeah. Okay.
like, they can use like a God claim. It would like generally go against their intuitions, and it would go against it would lead to like really harmful reductios that they wouldn't generally agree with.
I see.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I
Thank you.
don't think that they could even like I'm pretty sure that you can't even make like I like how Ian uses like the cancer button thing to kind of show that actually God's morals are not objective, they're subjective, even for like for God. Because at least for Christianity, I don't know if like other deities or other like ideas of God would follow this necessarily, but at least for Christianity, which is like going to be the number one thing that we're probably going to see for grounding, or just the Abrahamic religion, they ascribe that this is an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good God, or maximally in any of those senses, and that they don't push the cancer button. But we can deductively say that, oh, it's actually good to press the button that ends all cancer, so necessarily their their morals are going to be subjective.
Yeah, it would go against anything that they would hold. So they kind of have to agree to a certain like understanding of good is the way that I see it. Like, and if they don't, then the arguments they make on why they would make decisions kind of fall apart. So, like, you can test that by saying, okay, here's my definition. And they'll say, well, no, God is all good. And then you present them with arguments that they would disagree with. And you say, well, no, uh, that can't possibly be true because you would make another decision. So it's clearly not the case that you believe in this, right?
Yeah.
Because you would do another action. And then kind of getting them back to that definition of like well-being and fairness or like goodness, and then you could say, okay, well, if it is the case that it is that these things can be objectively shown, that it's harmful to go against gender affirming care, that it's harmful to do X, Y, and Z to trans individuals, then therefore it kind of is a contradiction to your worldview or moral system. And I'm
Okay.
just like, I'm yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
It does. Yeah. No, I'm not super versed on philosophy, so it does help
I don't feel
Oh,
having
I'm
like
it
I
not
explained
am
like
either.
that.
either,
I'm not either. I suck
but
at
I think that
philosophy.
it's really important to understand basic philosophical ideas. Is that right? The way of saying it? I don't know. But I think it's important to like understand these ideas because it kind of gets us, it's the study of like how we know things and that kind of stuff. So, you know, we might know these things, but how we know these is also important to the discussion.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess like often I try to make an argument and then someone points out something I have no answer to, and then it's just helpful to like know how to like figure out where my grounding is and everything. So that's all I was saying. Like I guess it just feels it felt I understand now, but like it just felt kind of like giving them ground in the first place, I guess. Does that make sense? But no, I understand why you would need to use it, and I understand how it works. Thank you.
No, yeah, it feel honestly to a lot of I think a lot of arguments they just fight for not just trans individuals' rights, or just like leaving not even sometimes rights, just fucking leaving them alone type of situations. It feels a lot like you're arguing just to justify people's rights to existence, and so it becomes like it feels problematic. But I think that that's the sometimes you have to give irrational people arguments and hopefully they become coincidentally rational in the conversation. Um,
Yeah, no,
but
for sure.
Yeah, it really depends on how much their faith is gonna say. Like if they believe that logical, if they understand basic logic, like I feel like there's some chance of getting them over. But I feel like if somebody just abandons logic or is just de facto not using it, it's just kind of a reductio at that point. Like you're kind of crazy. What do you like? You're literally not being logical. So why should we listen to you? Because of what happens if you abandon logic, just nothing. You can't even talk about anything anymore because
I
by law of identity.
so basically one of my favorite ways when someone starts to say things is I love reductios and I probably heavily rely on them too much because I love to discredit someone's argument because um, like when you start to it's not rational, but this is how a lot of people work that I've seen, especially on TikTok, is that when they start to disagree with you on other things, they just automatically dismiss other arguments. And I think that that is a fun way to start to, like, hey, like this, either they're smart enough to realize prior to that, and so they say absurdist things, or they have to agree with it and then their argument becomes invalid. It's kind of it's a cheap and dirty way because I'm not that good at philosophical debates, if I'm being honest.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like the whole idea is that not only can you defend your position, but you can also like undermine their position. Um, it's really talking about your offense versus defense, kind of thing. Um, in some regards, so like I like the reason why I also like I've liked this Gorth argument is that I feel like it's really good defensively, but it's also really good offensively at the same time because you can use it to justify like pro-choice abortion. You can use it to justify anti-God or like atheist ideals or secular ideals, and you can use it in the trans debate. So it's like it just completely destroys a lot of people's worldviews, and
Can
it gives
you
you a
can
really
you
good.
oh sorry.
Well,
I apologize.
you can go ahead.
Can you run it on me? Cuz sometimes I don't know, like I don't always like to do this, but you seem like you're a strong debater, so I'd like to kind of hear the argument to its full fruition so I can like listen to someone else.
I feel like I'm
Uh
terrible at this though, compared to like Ian.
oh, no.
So like generally how I would describe it is that like it depends on how much we've talked before. But generally I would just bring it up that this is an argument that Alan Gaworth came up with. Um, that the general premise is that each person, by the very like means of acting, makes like implicit claims or makes claims without them even knowing. Um,
Yeah, Cole says, does it help to type it out? That's what I'm saying. Like, could you run it? Like, say I'm an individual that comes up and I say, one of my issues is um, that being a trans person is wrong.
yeah. So you, the first part of the argument establishes that we as agents, by acting, make implicit claims about what we're doing. Um, and because when we act, we're doing things for reasons, and we're asserting that we are agents, to make like a specific end. So like we have ideas that we want to fulfill. I go out to the grocery and buy, or go to the store and buy groceries because I want to eat. So there's a reason for why I go out to the grocery store. Um, and it's also, and I need to eat because it's for my freedom and well being. Um, so
Could
by,
you could you frame it as a question?
what do you mean by that?
Are you able to like uh frame that position, but as a question to test my own worldview to see if I align with it, so that
Oh, okay,
um
yeah, yeah. So do you think you do things for a reason?
yeah, of course.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So yeah, that's what you basically would do. And I've asked this before, like, because it's kind of hard to say that, you're just making this claim that people do things for a reason, but it's pretty like self-evident if you actually just question it. Like, do you do things for a reason? And there might be some things that you don't feel like you do for a reason, but like that just comes down to your intuition at that point, which I still would think is a reason. Um,
Yeah, it's very deterministic.
Yeah, so when you do things, you're making these implicit claims that, because you are able to act, that your freedom and well-being must be protected.
Hmm.
Um, so like, because in order for you to even take an action, you need the ability to control your own behavior and the necessary conditions for the action, such as just like being alive and being in like good health. Um, so because you're making that claim, um, unless if you want to fall into the fallacy of special pleading, you must, um, also give these same rights to everybody else. And therefore, it just concludes that all agents have the right to freedom and well-being, and to reject this would result in the contradiction that you yourself are, saying that, hey, my agency is sufficient for my freedom and well-being, but others' agency is not sufficient for their freedom and well-being. It becomes special. You just fall into the special pleading fallacy, which is just saying like, I don't apply to these rules. So,
Yeah. So I believe that, in this is not actually what I believe in, that harm is coming to the individual themselves, because of the actions that they're taking, in order to, and not just themselves, but from a sociological perspective.
like for like
Um,
trans or something like that.
yeah, in
Um,
this article, what would you
what
respond with?
I would probably point to just like the overwhelming evidence that this is not the case. That like gender affirming care is going to be the like we see what happens when we reject people's gender identities, and it results in horrific, like actual harm. And that, well, there might be a little bit of harm if we're affirming it, just because people have, even good things have a little bit of harm. In some regards, but that it's actually going to be the better of the two options, and that this is what like most medical, yeah, associations agree with. And you can pull up like, I mean, if people need to, like, you can always just pull up our like actual papers and stuff, and like meta reviews or reviews of the meta data or whatever.
Okay, so that's psychological, sociological. Then I run down a path of, um, they're not quote unquote having children argument.
Well, so the problem there is that, when you say that, you're denying like the legal recognition of gender identity to them, which is a direct violation of their freedom. So you
So
wouldn't be
you
able
would,
to say that like you can identify as a woman yourself.
I I feel
Yeah.
like I feel like the best argument for this is, are children necessary, uh, for like what societal function are you going to say that children are necessary, for less societal harm or more societal harm, and why would it be the case, um,
Well,
because
you
it would I could
children are
run into
agents
an
at this point. So like they legally have the right to freedom and well-being. So like even if they were causing harm to society as they're just existing, we can't do anything about that because they have their own freedom and well-being at that point.
No, I'm talking about the proliferation of the species type of argument, not children having this type of agency. I'm saying like some individuals run a case about like what's good for the species itself, because then you can wind up in some really tricky situations about extinction, right?
Well, I don't think
Which,
if we uphold these views, I'd rather be right and our species go extinct than be wrong and still live.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, it,
at least from a logical argument, you can't really talk about it. What I would generally say is that that like when we're talking about survival, like our survival instincts are very strong, and I don't think that it's really a reasonable argument to say that our we wouldn't, if it comes to life and death of our species, make like we wouldn't. I think
I would
individuals would be,
I
you
would just
know,
say that trans individuals have children, and that's moot, right?
yeah, like they're still able to have children at that point too.
Like what? Why? Because I've heard this, so I'm like pulling stuff up with you to listen to how you would use this argument against it. I would say like it's moot. Like they're why are you asking me this question?
Yeah,
Uh,
like I think it's kind of a like it doesn't really matter that much either. Like no matter how you split it, you could. It's either that our society is gonna people in extreme circumstances are gonna realize, hey, maybe I might, like, even if they're not
so the problem that I run into that is that's like a separate conversation that I don't like to have because it gets me into myself a lot of like quandaries, right? Because when it talks about SI, right, and whether whether we should stop individuals, and I've ran into this uh, quite a number of times
well,
where I like value system on this and whether it's their like it can lead down this kind of like if I say that well it's not necessary for a species to survive and it brings down this conversation it kind of leads to that so I always try to pull it back because otherwise it comes off topic and then I wind up myself in an agnostic position that I don't even know what I agree with and what I don't agree with in this position.
what I would say is that when we're in these very emotional, like, I I think that there's a lot of emotions going on, that these are survival situations. I think that our logic, like, tends to break down, and our morality does as well. So even if we hold these values, there's a very good chance that we would actually violate these moral ideals if it meant, unfortunately, even if it's the wrong thing to do objectively. I think that people would still force, like, SI to occur, because some people are going to hold to these ideas that we need to survive as a species. Um, and while I think that it's very wrong for them to do it, I think that it's going to happen regardless if it becomes a life and death situation for our species, because our morals break down.
No, I think it actually violates our when it comes down to helping people who have SI inclinations that it violates some of our intuition on whether we should or shouldn't allow it and why uh, that is the case because that gets into like this whole other conversation. That's why I said like I don't actually want to have this conversation. It can
Oh,
lead
okay.
that,
So
yeah.
are you more
Yeah.
asking, like, if their freedoms can, like, overwhelm, or, like, if we should support their freedom at that point?
Yeah.
Well, I would
Yeah,
just hold
well,
that
freedom and
the moment that they're trying to infringe on other people's freedom and well-being, it just immediately becomes a contradiction of their worldview, and they're not able to do that because it's just wrong. How we prevent, and when people start saying, "Well, how are we going to prevent this?" That's a question for politics. I don't do politics.
well, no. What I would generally say, so one, having kids is moot, but you can get into a conversation about the preservation of the species and allowing people, if they want to, have the autonomy to do SI. That's one conversation. But then another that I could have is that it's more about preventing even having um, those aspects of thought. So we do know that when gender affirming care occurs, that even after they've had those thoughts, or from a young age, and it's actually a really good argument for child gender affirming care, is that when we start to do that, we can see that it's going to stop this from happening and getting to that point. Does that make sense?
Can you repeat that again? Or try to
Yeah.
reword it a little
So
bit?
yeah. Okay. So the question that would be had is um, that if it's about kids, and then we go into the conversation about preservation of species, on whether it's okay or not for someone to commit SI,
Mm-hmm.
then the most logical entailment um, is to prevent it entirely, right? So that would mean that it would go back to children getting gender affirming care prior to having any of this depression system. So it would make sense that they would have to agree, given the evidence, that argument would make the most sense. So even if they like disagree with the preservation of life kind of thing, Stuart and I've actually discussed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back,
I'm going
Cole.
to actually stay connected. But yeah, really briefly, you and I have talked about this not in relation, like, not in relation to continuation of the species, but just simply put that we have the evidence to support that gender affirming care will stop SI, not entirely, but will significantly decrease SI, will significantly decrease like self harm, stuff like that as well. Um, just in that being, sorry, I don't know where that echo is coming from for me. I'm getting a little bit of an echo, but just that in and of itself, like, tell me if I'm representing this right as well, Ashland. Just that in and of itself means that we should support kids getting gender affirming care so that we can stop SI when we can.
Yeah, yeah. So the logical entailment of the argument, in even if they go to preservation of species, right? Even to this, because I've actually been directed on this path, I redirect it to, if that is the case, back to this.
Sorry, I'm gonna
Save the
drop
kids
down.
if it's about
It
the
was nice to talk to
kids.
you guys.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. It was nice to meet you. Then,
Bye.
then
See
therefore,
you later.
Hi.
it would entail another contradiction in their argument that I lead it back to. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's like literally, if you want to stop this from even having to be a question in preservation of species, because that's generally where it lies on, is that they want to preserve the species. Well, cool. If that is the case, that you want to preserve the species, then it is also the case that you.
Focus on the kids that are alive, not the kids that could come to be. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. It would mean that they would also have to agree with gender affirming care for children.
Exactly. I love that actually. Now that I'm fully understanding how you're relating it to preservation of species. Like I said, so and I have talked about the other part individually. But that part is actually a really good thing to bring up. Like, we don't have to focus on reproduction if we're focusing on preserving the species. What we need to focus on first and foremost is preserving the people who are already here and alive and birthed, you
Well,
know?
no, it's actually a contradiction. If it
Yeah.
wouldn't, yeah, it wouldn't matter. Like, it's not about focus; it's about a contradiction in their
Because
worldview.
what happens is if you reject like gender affirming care, is that you're just inherently putting their well-being and freedom at risk, and
So
that
tying it
just
back into that argument as well, yeah.
one thing I could also say is that you could also go from like, I mean, you could also just point out the fact that there are individuals who can't have children, who when they're not having children, they're going to be, productive members of society and are going to help out like the society. So even if trans people are going to help out the society by just existing, they're going to help, like if we're talking about like small communes where like, groups of people are surviving together, they can help plant crops and that kind of stuff. They might not be able to have, I mean, they could totally have kids, but even if like it comes down to like a sexuality thing, even if they choose not to have kids, it's going to be, you know, more beneficial that we, say, hey, these are, they help our society prosper. They provide food for other people because they're another hand that can work.
Yeah, and I think the grandparents argument is one of the best. Like if it was the case, that this was so like we would have had grandparents, especially grandmothers that are having menopause at younger age. Uh, and if it was all about reproduction, then women would still stay fertile, but they don't, right? Um, that is the case. That it's clear that there is some other role to having individuals in society besides reproduction. Uh,
There's also interesting like side tangent of this. Stoats and weasels can like delay their implantation for like 9 months, so it's like more favorable time periods. So they have a better chance of their kids surviving when they can actually seek food properly, and so they don't have kids in the middle of the winter.
wait, hold on. Repeat that, like,
So
or
stoats and weasels can delay implantation of the fertilized egg for like 9 to 10 months. So they can breed, get have a fertilized egg, but not actually have the egg implant in the womb for like nine to
yeah,
ten
yeah.
months.
I don't feel like that actually like leads to the
No,
preservation
but
of. Yeah, you could.
well, it does help their species survive though, because
Yeah,
they can choose when like they'll naturally have better, like when it starts to warm up and spring occurs, they'll actually then implant and then have the kits so that they have plenty of time to go out and get food and stuff. It's the end of like spring is the best time for a stoat in terms of being able to get good amount of food and also let the kits develop enough to survive a winter. So
you should see me right now. I'm like shaking my hands. I'm like, I love the little weird side quest knowledge.
yeah, the little me steroids.
I already knew that one because I'm part of Stoland, but I do the same little things. I'm ADHD. I was doing it yesterday when I got my tattoo of my dog. I love learning these little tidbits of knowledge.
Yeah.
Oh my god, tidbits, drinks. Because I thought of the same thing. Okay,
I don't know if you could
so
tell this, but I'm also autistic and I like stoats. No.
I don't think I'm autistic. I'm definitely an ADHDer. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
It's hard to say
It-
though, because like I don't. I've actually found it really difficult to like try to figure out like autism characteristics in women versus men or females versus males.
In
Because
this
like
case, it is females versus males as well, yes, but I totally get you. It presents so different.
yeah, it presents very
they
differently, and I think that's part of the problem of us like trying to understand it. Like I have no idea. I mean, granted, I was diagnosed like 3 years ago, so like I haven't lived with autism that long. Which is that's a whole nother rabbit hole. It's awful to have
You
like the
still lived
diagnosis.
with autism your whole life. You just didn't know until 3 years
Well,
ago.
yeah, but like I wasn't able to like I can now I feel like I can ping out like at least with guys who's autistic and not at least to some degree.
Hmm.
No, like am I gonna be 100% on it? No, but it's much better now. But with female, with female, I'm just like I have no clue.
Hmm. And
Um,
then you will find absolutely zero studies. No one does this anyways. Why would you study such a small percentage of the population? I mean, why would you get so pissed off that trans women are women when they are such a small percent of the population, you know?
not
So
only.
we don't study like, for example, I'm a female, but I have a male hormone profile, and that male hormone profile does change how I experience my neurodivergencies. So that's such a niche specific thing, but it is a very interesting experience.
Well,
Yeah.
they hardly even study cisgender women if we're being
Yep.
perfectly honest. Um, and like tomboy growing up, I also have like PCOS, which can like change androgen functions. Um, and one of my biggest criticisms of the field of psychology is that there's not enough biology in it. And
Period.
it's not because we should be making biological arguments. It's because when treating a lot of this, we should be understanding, you know, the minute differences that are less able to kind of be understood by larger behavioral functions, right? Um, so like I've argued for so long that a lot of our behaviors have no evolutionary purpose, um, and you know it doesn't really matter from an evolutionary perspective, but it matters a lot from functioning in a society in which certain behaviors are expected. And in doing so, we should look at a lot of the biological attributes and whether it's not going to determine all behaviors, but it can give us a better insight to understanding, um, you know, the correlation. If there's a high degree of correlation, X, Y, and Z might help. And like this is happening now, but older psychologists, if anyone can't notice, have a higher tendency to be bigoted as a fuck, like as fuck. Um,
Period.
I think it's just older people in general. Let's be realistic here.
no, yeah, but they're less trained on biology as well. Like it is brand new. Even when I was leaving my school, right? It's now a requirement that you have uh, a understanding of biology in the field of psychology. This is brand new to a SUNY school system, a state university in New York, which is a higher academic requirement. Um, sure, Denver was probably they were doing this prior to this, because like I always wanted to go to Denver, but I couldn't move there.
I live an hour south of Denver, so W.
They have
I love it here.
great schools, great psychology schools in Denver.
Yeah.
Um,
It's Denver's a great and horrible place at the same time though, so it's like like there's just so much more traffic than down here in the Springs. I'm like, why would I live up there? Except for yeah, there's better schooling and that kind of stuff. There's a lot more
their
opportunities.
curriculum,
Yeah.
their curriculum, yeah, specifically in psychology. I don't know anything else. They require like multiple statistics courses. They require like just much more academic rigor, and that's even like New York State isn't a bad school. Don't get me wrong, or state universities, but the kind of courses that they require for the field that I studied, I thought just were kind of better in a sense.
Yeah, I think the important thing is that it seems like, at least with a lot of fields, is that we're moving in the right direction, which is good. I think we should strive to do better. But like, I feel like there's at some point like you can only move so fast at learning these things, and I feel like a lot of like I know that there's been a huge push for like learning about autism, because it seemed like it's way more prevalent than we used to think it was. Same with like other like psychological conditions of some sort, and I think that's really good. But it still seems like we don't know anything at times. It's just like, how is this possible?
So it's key. They still called or still call the like emergency psychiatric, which what I would call atypical psychology,
Mm-hmm.
abnormal psychology, uh,
Huh.
and yeah,
Yeah.
it's still the word for it. Um, I mean, even when I was taking courses, when they would say psychosemantic, I would say, you mean psychophysiological. And that was one of my favorite reasons that I stuck on with psychobiology, is because those professors were newer to these terminologies, and we're kind of better able to like look at the evidence when it came down to a lot of and like they're still really good, don't get me wrong. um I mean, I remember being checked a few times on I remember like having presumptions about women being pregnant and smoking, right? um and I was checked so hard in a course once, rightfully so, because I just had some really judgmental behaviors, and you can't study the field and have judgmental behaviors like that. Um,
Yeah, it's really hard to
eh,
like. I can understand it's really hard to put away like intuition of like stereotypical intuitions too of any sort. Um,
mhm.
and I can't even imagine having to do that for like a degree. It's like, oh, that's rough.
For
Um,
real. You will be shown once you're in a group of people, an educated group of people, you will be shown where all of those presumptions are at, everything you didn't know you needed to deconstruct still and learn about and work through. So kudos for going through that. I mean, I feel like everybody should, and at the same time, I know it's not like the most comfortable or easy thing. But you learn and you grow, and that's how you do it. So yeah.
Oh, it's and not only that. So my parents are Republican. So much so, my dad
So
had
I'm
to.
gonna interject for 2 seconds because I was muted because I'm medicating and I was about to go back to it real
Oh,
quick. But
yeah.
oh,
Stowe and I made the same noise at the same time in response to that. I went, "Ugh," but I was on
uh,
mute, and I heard Stowe do it at the same time. I'm like, "Ugh." Okay. Anyway,
I
sorry.
don't
Not.
necessarily dislike Republicans. I hate MAGA. That's the big problem. Um,
Oh, oh, oh.
what?
And ooh, so I can't. My dad is definitely I don't think he claims to understand so much about biology. Um, like he used the word COONS, and I sat there and said, "Hey, that's not an appropriate terminology." And like he just argued with me so hard, and like it's so strange to have parents like my parents who are they're technically educated. Like my stepmom's a CRNA, right?
Yeah,
Like
they're highly educated, but they also are like Republicans, and it's like, but you you went to school, you learned how to use your brain. How are you? How are you not using your brain now?
not only
Exactly. It's
this,
like they only apply it to certain areas. I'm like, you need to use that same intelligence over here too.
not only this, I was allowed to argue. I was encouraged to argue growing up. Like when I was in trouble past a certain age, my punishment was book reports. And so it's so entirely confusing because I it's not like I was like indoctrinated or anything else. It's like you're the one that like gave me part of this ability. Like you're the one that made me this way, and now and I've said this to my dad. I was like, you're the one that did this, and then you get mad at me when I sit there, and he's like, I mean, I remember having conversation about Darwinism and racism, and I said, hey, so race is like socially constructed. He's like, well, you know, and he brought up the Darwinist argument. I was like, that was debunked in 2012. Like what you're talking about doesn't make sense. Um,
What are you bringing up
and
the
he's
idea that like Darwin was a racist? Was that the thing that he was thinking?
no, no,
Or
no. It's
oh,
he's he made. Do you know what you know what social Darwinism is, right?
sort of. Let me just. I'll just Google it.
Yeah, Google social Darwinism and the theory because
Oh, okay,
like
yeah, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So it wasn't like debunked. It was already debunked prior to that, but like the major mainstream arguments met the face in 2012.
I do think
And
that like our societies do conform to some levels of like evolution though. Like they do change and like good societies prosper over time. Um, but it's pretty it's yeah, you shouldn't be using it that far.
yeah, yeah, it was not implemented in the fact of like the social aspects
Yeah.
in which the argument is used for. And like Darwin himself never meant, granted he was a racist and a sexist, don't get me wrong, but that's not his arguments at all. He never meant it for this, and it was just literally extrapolated on, and it had no evidence for it, right? And like some of the arguments he would give me, like I remember one time he made a social argument about black individuals just somehow wanting to be basketball players, and he's like, well, it's just part of their culture. And I'm like, stop, hold on, let's deconstruct this shitty idea and think about what social attributes. Maybe think about the number of white people on posters that are doctors. Make it, maybe think about other aspects of this, but you've narrowed one thing down. I think we all want one thing, to be successful, and the only representation an individual has to be successful, a part of the black community at this time, which is the time he was talking about, was to be highly rich because of this, because this isn't represented anywhere else. This is why representation is so so it matters. Like I almost like, this is the dumbest argument I've ever heard. Like it doesn't take me 2 seconds, but to think about from a social aspect why this isn't an argument. This is just racism.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that I've encountered a number of times is people think that we like hail Einstein and Darwin as these, legends and like prophets, but we don't. We like their like they were just the creators of these theories and they got a lot wrong. Like Einstein didn't believe black holes could exist in reality, but he was wrong about that. He was right about a lot, but he was wrong about a lot of things as well. But what we ascribe to him is these brilliant ideas that like of the general like framework that got us for the ball rolling that we then looked into deeper. Um, so it's we're more just ascribing that these ideas began with them, but not that they got everything right. And I think it's actually really important to acknowledge the idea that even like every theory has these bad ideas at the beginning that weren't correct, but it's through the processes of learning that we can actually say, hey, they were wrong about these things. And I think it's important to not like put these people too high on the pedestal as a result.
Yeah, as what was it? The shoulders of giants. Um,
Yeah,
quote.
yeah. They put us where we are today to some extent, but we have to like, I mean, there's like you can like look at like even our the founding fathers of the United States. I think like they had a lot of good ideas, but they also had some really terrible ideas too at the same time. I think.
Mhm.
Um, but I think it's important to acknowledge the fact that they weren't the greatest, but they had some like honestly quite revolutionary ideas, and we should be looking at the revolutionary ideas that they had that actually changed society and say, hey, these are good things, but we have to acknowledge that they were wrong about some things that they're like, oh yeah, slavery is okay. It's like, no, 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 and no.
It's so strange too, because um when you like give someone this idea, like, do you think X, Y, and Z is wrong? They'll say like, oh yeah, well, why are you agreeing with some of the arguments that are kind of leading down this path, like a very Charlie Kirk esque? Uh, Even though he like clearly directly was, but they'll agree with partial arguments and they'll be like, well, it's not racist, and I'm like, or it's not transphobic, it's not anti-woman, and I'm like, and they'll be like, it's half truths, and I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense.
I think
What is a half? What is a half truth? What do you even mean by that?
generally when people say like half truths, I mean I've always seen it as like there's some truth aspect to it, but you need to look at the bigger picture. You absolutely need to look at the bigger picture because it's leaving out critical details. Um, so like if like the idea that Einstein brought up the idea of like a god at times, um, he did. he had he repeatedly said that this wasn't like a personal idea of a god. It was more of like using the word in a way that I think other people would understand some of these ideas to be like beyond, they're more like fundamental to some things than what we think. But like Einstein clearly has repeatedly said that, he didn't believe in these ideas of a personal god. Um,
I meant more like social truths, but yeah,
yeah.
like women are less intelligent. Just to bring it back, so it's like more center focused on women. So I'm here to like actually represent it because I don't want to bring it to. I don't like talking about a ton of race without someone representing. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
but yeah, so
Um,
like the women argument on like sexism, on like how the species was viewed, and how like diversity within women was actually like or intelligence, I think, is a better argument for this, on how it was like centered, where technically speaking most women are more intelligent, but men have this higher uh there are technically more men that were more intelligent, right? um
I think it's
like
more
how
that we
the
just saw men more in prominent positions was kind of the problem that led to this. That, because it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy that, hey, if you kick women out
it's
of
not.
into institutions, they'll be less smart, and then we'll have justification to kick them out of institutions. And it's a really bad vicious circle.
So there was clapback by one of the earliest female psychologists, and I forget her name, and I forget every other scientist's name as well. It is sad that I do almost, even as a woman who is a feminist, and an intersectional feminist, forget names, but like she clapped back at this and explained exactly what you're saying. Um, so, but that's not a half truth anymore. You know what I mean? Like, that's not a half truth.
Yeah.
The fact
I
is that when it comes down to intelligence, it was just a misunderstanding about intelligence. That's just a full lie.
Yeah, I learned something crazy about Rosa Parks yesterday. She was like a trained opposite, like she was trained in how to like oppose properly. I didn't know that. Like I didn't realize she wasn't just a woman that a woman who was tired and wanted to sit home. No, she was an activist in a lot of ways, and it's like, why were we not taught this as kids? Like that's crazy to me that I didn't.
Do you know that the founders of Cece's Pizza paid her like life expenses when she was older?
Oh really? That's good.
Huh. I'm
Um,
learning so many new things, but I think these discussions are important for us to
Not
have as
Cece's,
well because like we learn through them.
not Cece's.
Sorry.
Little Caesar. Sorry, Little Caesars.
Oh,
pizza.
cool. That I saw Cece's because I'm near Cincinnati. I saw freaking Cece's, and I haven't seen a Cece since I was like, I don't
It's
know, 6 or 7.
the founders of Little Caesars are the ones that paid all of Rosa Parks. Yeah, yeah. Can you look it up, Stoke?
Yeah, yeah. Give me a second on my computer because I'm a nerd.
Also, I originally unmuted because I just wanted to affirm that the American school system is shite. It's garbage. We don't learn a lot of the things that we should learn.
I know. I was at CA in college.
Well,
I graded papers.
I think it's something like that, but like it's almost that they're trying to suppress some of like there's some reasons that like you wouldn't want to teach a populace that hey, um, actively protesting is a good thing sometimes. Like that's
It works, yeah.
yeah, it works, and that's a really dangerous idea to teach if you think that you're in control of things and you don't want things to change. Um, yeah, Mike whoever the founder of Little Caesars did have a relationship with Rosa Parks. She anonymously or or did not have a relationship with Rosa Parks during her active civil rights career. Um, uh,
No,
he
he
paid
paid
for
for
a
her car.
Detroit apartment over a decade. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, and what's I think is really cool is that this active like they didn't actually reveal that this was the case until after their death. Like this was just selfless. This wasn't like, hey, I did this selflessly, and hey, I
Performative,
did this too.
exactly.
Not that it's wrong to say that you did these things. I think there's it's a good thing to say sometimes, hey, I did this good thing. But I think sometimes people lean into that too much, and it becomes like less
Exactly.
selfless, and it's more, hey, I did a good thing because I had money. Not that it makes it like wrong, but like it makes it less. I don't know.
Dude, Stowe, I just had this conversation. Hey, do you know who Christ before Jesus is?
No. Is my I
Okay,
think my
that's
fan is
he's a
just making noise
mythicist,
in the background.
and went on a live today in Justin's with on Daniel's live with Justin, and was like, oh hey, also like he gave an argument for why he doesn't believe that Jesus existed, but it's like, well, also Carrier is just essayed woman, and I'm like, I don't agree with how you use that argument, and like from it sounds like super sensitive from a woman's perspective because you get a lot of feedback. It's like, well, uh, why aren't you just happy that people are mentioning it? It's like, well, how do you know he meant it that way? And I'm like, because he used it to try to strengthen his own argument. It's not that he gives a shit about women.
Yeah.
It's that he's sitting there saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, uh, in this perspective, like it," and I don't give a crap about the argument, right? Um, it's that you don't use anyone's issues as a way to strengthen, whether it's trans individuals, black individuals, whoever it is, Native Americans, whatever. Don't use this to strengthen your argument. I get slightly ticks me off.
Yeah, I agree with you. Um, it's hard to like you don't want to walk a line where you're like actively putting people down as a way to put them up. Like that just doesn't make sense to me. Does that make sense? I don't know.
Well, no, it's not actively putting down. It's like it wasn't mentioned. It's like, hey, if you have this concern about this right, um, it wouldn't be centered when this individual was brought up in the conversation. It's not like, oh, by the way, it's I have an issue with this person, and it has nothing to do with my argument.
Oh,
Um,
that makes
yeah,
sense.
it was like, oh, by the way, he's also X, Y, and Z. It's like, would you have really cared had it not been this?
Yeah, like it's like bringing up like Darwin is like if he had racist ideas. Like I just usually don't even care about it. It's like cool, Darwin was a racist. He still had some good ideas
Yeah,
about evolution.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
this is just an ad hom. It's attacking his personality instead of like his actual argument, which is like
yeah.
it's just an
Well,
ad
no,
hom. Womp womp.
I have found that when it's in modern day, right?
Yeah.
And it's modern people, that it's even worse. It's like saying uh, that it's like how the Republicans do it. It's like, oh wait, by the way, that person, is trans. Like you'd be like, okay, well that's shitty to mention in the first place. Like your original intuition is wrong, but like, or it's like
It
in
blows
the
my
opposite
mind
case.
after the whole Kirk thing how much they've been trying to push the issue of trans onto this. It's like, holy shit, guys, you guys are
It's
so clearly.
insane.
It's like,
I didn't even realize I was still unmuted. I know I've been off app, but it's insane how much
yeah,
they've been trying to pin it on us.
like I don't like Kirk. I don't really think that bringing him up is like a great thing. But like, holy crap, are you like this is you guys are just showing your true colors right now. What the fuck?
So
It's wild.
even if they're left leaning, none of this matters.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely none of it matters. So I tend to think that Tyler Robinson was left leaning. I have my own reasons for that because it
I can
doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
the idea is that we can all say that he might have had he might we might have agreed with him on some things, but political violence is just bad and gun violence is bad.
yeah,
Like as long as we're able to say that, I don't have any problem with
I
people
can
saying that
shite.
they lean one way or
I can't.
another.
Okay, so there's only 6 people in this life. I have refused to speak on this because holy crap. Um, I I find it abhorrent that anyone is celebrating, but it doesn't mean that I'm going around trying to check communities on their celebration or whether I think that it's wrong. I'm I That's my personal feeling on that someone doesn't deserve to lose their life for opinions. He was harmful. I think that jail or other, but I also don't believe in the death penalty. So I would be a hypocrite if I had said otherwise. And like there's a ton of people that are like, "Well, I don't believe in the death penalty." And then also like, "Oh yeah, good for him." I'm like, that's a contradictory worldview, is it not? Like I don't understand it. But it doesn't mean I'm going around checking people unless it's like someone in a comment section that says all Republicans should unalive, and then I'm like, yeah, you're talking about my own family and like half of the US population. So yeah, I'm gonna have a problem. I don't go out and actively like check people on this, but if we're having a conversation, I'm gonna say that I disagree. Like, and then I'm being told like, oh, well, you shouldn't go check, you shouldn't do this. And I'm like, but then you're running into a logical contradiction. You're running an entailment. Like it's become that at this point the left, which I do sometimes check, is problematic in this area. The right is so far more
Oh yeah.
contradictory and
There's so many. They have so many contradictions and things. It's like they complain about cancer culture for like the last 5 years, and all of a sudden they're like, cancel these people right now, and they're celebrating like every time somebody gets canceled. I'm like, holy shit, people! It's
it's
so clear that you guys don't care about it.
yeah.
Um, and it's just I don't know. It it's frustrating to see I think both sides are pretty bad at a lot of things, and I think that there's like a
Mhm.
growing like a silent growing population in the middle that's kind of saying, hey, both sides are being shit at this stuff. Let's be more you know consistent with our logic. I think
Yeah.
that yeah, celebrating like Kirk's death is a hard thing to do. I think you can feel glad that you don't have to listen to his annoying ass anymore. Like that's fine, but
So
like don't celebrate him
you
actually
know
dying itself.
do you know Eli what is?
Who?
Eli.
Eli. It's not ringing a bell.
Really big trans individual on this app. I'm friends with them. Uh, I was on Chris. You don't know Chris, also a big creator. Um, and he came up and said um, that it's not okay to go around and like, and I was like, I can sit here and when my opinion is necessary, say this. And that's sometimes where I get the feeling that I get really frustrated with the left. It's like, people you can't just attack people for having sound reasoning. You can sit there and explain your reasoning and then maybe it's more sound. But I've learned to stop attacking the left, and I get the frustration from the right sometimes. uh from that, it's like some of these things are stupid.
I think I've tried to
Absolutely.
focus more on stop trying to focus groups, because I think that when you start targeting groups, you become I think that's like part of the problem is that we're actually focusing on groups too much instead of focusing on either societal ideas that are spreading and blaming
No, no,
just
no, no. These are big creators.
yeah
uh
um
Yeah, these are people that are also giving the ideas to their followers, and they have large followers. So And I'm not trying to gloat,
What I'm saying is
but
that we should focus on the individuals more than like the groups. Is I think a big thing. Well, especially when it seems like I don't know. This is like a I don't know when it's like people showing their true
but
colors. I think we need to be
when
focusing on them and saying, "Hey, these are all awful people."
no. What I'm saying is that like you can't question these large creators. Like
Oh
they will
yeah,
find a way to like, and it's like this divide, and then when people don't agree it's like tearing apart the left, and I'm like, what is it like?
it's like
There
almost like
are
how
like,
like Trump can't be questioned about his beliefs, and like Republicans all just fall in line as a result now.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
and yeah, yeah, so it's more like that, sorry. And
No,
it's
it's
like,
all good. I just wanted to find an analogy to make sure that like I wasn't like going down the wrong path at this point.
no, you're good. You're one of my I assume you're on the left, so you're one
No,
of my
I'm not
more
progressive at all.
like,
No,
because
I love Trump
it does.
clearly. No,
Yeah, right. It does seem sometimes it's like it's not about reasoning. It's about just agreeing with the side, even on the left. Even though like left had the debaters on the left are far more outsuited uh, than the ones on the right, but sometimes uh, it's just like I'm just gonna say this because I know a lot of people will like it, um, and I think that that's like we should question ourselves.
yeah,
We
I think
should
that's
like,
just politics in general, though. Is that like it's not
yeah.
always aimed at like doing what's right. It's doing what they think is popular. A lot of the times it seems, and that's like I said, I think that there's a growing majority of people who are kind of getting tired of it being like performative, not actual like beliefs anymore.
Independents annoy me more though than the left does. So,
Well, like I would
um,
consider myself an independent. I'm not a registered Republican or Democrat, and I don't think I would be, because I don't like being having that label because I don't agree with the Democrats in some locations. I feel like, there's some ideas that they don't push hard enough about things, or that like I don't know. I think the two-party system is fundamentally flawed. So it's like I don't want to identify with it in any way when I think that we need to
okay,
have more parties essentially.
but would you say that you agree more on the left than the
Oh,
right?
yeah, yeah, I agree with Democrats way more than Republicans, generally speaking.
I wouldn't consider you like an independent then in the sense that I was using it.
Yeah, like I'm definitely not center, definitely left leaning in that
Yeah, yeah.
sense. Um, I just use the word independent. I think independence kind of like a category, and you can be left, right, or center in that, or it's a
Yeah,
spectrum.
I don't use independent in that manner.
Got it.
Um, yeah. I use independent in the sense of like centrist. So
But I'm
it
not
is
going to
probably,
define empathy because wham, wham, wham. I don't want to play these definition games.
yeah, 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 yeah. I centrist would probably be a better
Yeah.
terminology
No,
because
but
yeah,
yeah, this is the
no, no,
reason
no,
why we ask about definitions is because we
yeah.
disagree about definitions and like, or just I just need to know what the hell you're talking about. So yeah,
I guess actually I would consider myself wrong in that because an independent isn't always a centrist. So I think that centrist is like a a further category within independent. So
I think independent is
I
though
love that
like
we didn't have to define it and we
yeah,
just knew what each other meant.
but like I think that you're still like I think that your definition still is fine. Like you can still recall independence is still a valid way to call like a center. Because like
Yeah.
typically they are gonna be in like the middle. It's a little stereotypical, but it's not a fully incorrect way of defining it. Um,
Yeah, well, like, so I change how I speak about like whether so some people are like, "Oh, are you leftist?" And I'm like, "Sure." And they're like, you know, "Okay, so you're a Democrat." I'm like, and I can
no,
sit there. No, no, technically, I'm not because I, have this position. But like generally speaking, I accept the term leftist and Democrat. But also when I love fucking using this because leftist is technically specific. It's a someone that believes in socialism. and to the point of virtually communism. You could
My
even
girlfriend's radicalized me that communism is actually a good thing. And I actually agree with it. Like I think communism's a really good thing if we could get it to fucking work.
yeah. So yeah,
It's
that's
just
my
not a great
problem.
system to work. It's in a lot of
I
ways.
my my major problem is like, and this is an argument from the right. Name a system.
Yeah, yeah.
Name one.
It's kind of the problem is that like so my girlfriend's her name's Effie. Or I guess they kind of don't like the whole gender thing. It's confusing. She lets me call her a she, and I don't know if it like bothers her or
They're a gender abolitionist.
yeah. They don't like it because of like the whole it's kind
I
of
don't
like
disagree
colonial.
with it.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with it, but at the same time, it's not about me. It's about other people being able to kind of have this understanding of the world around them, and where I'm able to have these complex views. Uh,
Goddamn connection. Sorry. Give me
you
one second.
yeah.
Um,
but it's
I
about the
just
fact that when we
my
actually,
connection's better. Hang on.
and it's not about like degrading people.
Come on, connection.
It's
Why is
about
it? I have why? Okay, there. Sorry. Now I can hear you. Sorry if I was interrupting, but
you're good.
really quickly, just wanted to interject because Effie and I have talked about this actually. Gender abolitionists, yes, sort of, but um, gender abolitionists typically are generally against gender for themselves and everybody else. And they are more of personally against it for themselves, and they're not
Yeah,
going to like
yeah.
push that onto anybody else,
That's
if
what
that makes sense.
it's
I
kind
just
of
wanted to
confusing,
clarify for
but
their sake, since I did know. um yeah, and that's just kind of where they're coming from with it is and they also will say they present them, and like we all like understand that part of things as well. So they're typically perceived as a woman. But yeah, they're not about like fitting into certain roles for themselves. They're just not about that whole colonial concept as a whole, personally.
So, so I've heard both of this from several gender abolitionists. I've also heard um, from, I think Red Cat is their name. That it's like trying it is a from a position of societal standpoint. Um, what I'm talking about when I say that it doesn't make sense to me, I'm talking about a gender abolitionist position from a societal standpoint. Yeah, I am not talking about individuals who uh, agree. And
Oh,
I
shush, dog.
I
Sorry.
agree from a gender abolitionist perspective that it doesn't make sense to have genders. Like, uh,
like in an ideal world, we shouldn't have them.
yeah, like yeah,
But we live in
because
reality, and that just causes problems. So we kind of
I
need them to
I don't
describe
think they're
certain things. But
necessary. Yeah, in any sort of function, I don't find them to be a useful tool, except for individuals that like put things in like very discrete boxes, type of situation. Because like she, her means nothing to me. It has nothing to do with what I do in life. It has nothing to do uh, with virtually anything that I have. Gender has nothing to do with whether I have ovaries or not for certain. So
no
for me,
way.
a gender standpoint is like, yeah, it's fucking meaningless. But for other people, I kind of understand it because sometimes you have to like pat people on the head and be like 2 + 2 = 4, doesn't it, sweetheart? Um,
For
yeah,
real. Sorry, dog is acting up again. I think I'm gonna go finish. Or actually, oh, Charlie, it's okay. If I pet him, he's typically good, but now he's in a mood. Anyways, I actually do have to scoot. I'm gonna go get ready for hanging out with some other family that lives down here later today. But like, I really appreciate. I literally messaged Astrid and I was like, I didn't realize that was the Christie. It's like the queen of turfs on TikTok, that we got up here earlier, and it was so fun, like to watch her throw a
Weasel her
fit
way
over
out.
being. Li- she literally threw a fit when I called her a person with a uterus, and then she walked it back, and it was so funny to watch. And I mean, I'm sure you've got like
But
videos of it as
doesn't that
well.
what she isn't that what she wants?
I
It's
really wanted
literally
I wanted to
insane.
kind of rail her on the idea that she is a person and she has a uterus, so therefore, person with a uterus,
Exactly.
uterus is like an apt description. I don't think it's a good
It's the
description in a lot of
most
ways, but
simple
it does actually
thing.
factually check out. So,
Well, no, no,
Exactly. That
no.
was my whole point.
If she wants feminism, I don't see another way that feminism presents itself except with intersectionality feminism, because it is the case that I'm not a summation of my parts. In the
Mhm.
entire trans argument,
Come here. Come here.
it is that you are a person of your parts. Like I can't see a difference. Like either I'm a woman because I have a uterus, or I'm not. Like it's virtually a true dichotomy.
yeah, I think that's one of the
Exactly.
if you're gonna do it based off of sex, like you are a woman because of your sex or you're not. Like that is a true dichotomy
Hey,
of like you can say no,
stop,
it includes other
Charlie.
things, but like that's still a no. It's still yes or no.
Exactly. So, anyways, I brought that up because I wanted to, before I go real quick, just say thank you for like hosting these lives and allowing us to have these discussions.
Oh, I like it too. I
Um,
think it's like
because it allows that opportunity to like show them for who they really are, and to for us, as at least for me as a trans person, that was a really funny thing to get to participate in and watch go down. Having Goose around was really cool to see as well. And then Lucho, actually, he's and I haven't watched Goose's Lives in a while, but I remember him being on Goose's Lives as well. So yeah, that was actually really kind of funny to just watch. Like every one of Lucho's arguments was just like, Christy beat y'all. She won. I'm like, dude, that's not an argument. But anyways, I gotta go get ready for stuff. And thank you for hosting and for having people up here that can speak to these types of things. Everybody from educated psych majors to trans people who can speak from their own experience as well. So thank you, and it was good to talk.
yeah, thanks for coming,
Bye.
Cole.
Of course.
I'm doing a heartbeat with my hand. Love you.
Oh,
Yeah.
love you too. Talk to you
Um
guys later. Bye.
Wait, hold on. Oh shoot! I need to add Cole. Follow back. There we
yeah,
go.
if anything else, like I could always just
I'm
DM with
so
her.
bad at that.
Yeah.
So bad at following people back or following people in general.
Yeah. Uh but yeah, like I kind of do these lives so like partially like I'm not super familiar with like all the trans arguments that are out there, but I feel like I can do my like I understand it enough to the point where I can argue, hey, I could use like a worse argument to like corner somebody into saying that this is actually what you need to be doing, or look at medical things and saying that this is actually harmful if we don't, affirm gender if we don't offer gender affirming care. Um, and that's the reason why I also like having people up is because I feel like I'm still learning. I'm not super familiar in everything.
Are you familiar with someone called Robert Sapolsky?
No, like I said, I'm not like super familiar with a
So
lot of people, especially on TikTok.
I
I don't watch
I
that many
well,
lives, but I've watched
he's a
them more. So
he's a behavioral neuroscientist, um, and one of my favorite behavioral neuroscientists. And I kind of stopped using this argument. Do you want to hear from kind of the argument that I ran that kind of it's not that it like is transmedicalism by any like means, but it's also an argument that I stopped running because the validity of people is not turned down to like biology.
yeah, sure.
So do you know what the bed nucleus of the striatum terminalis is?
What?
Yeah, so one of the most consistent findings in gender expression and identity is that of an area of the brain. So when someone says that it's down to biology, I say, what biology? And then they, go to chromosomes, and I go, okay, what about the brain? Because when it comes down to biology, all of it's biology, right?
Yeah, like at the end
Uh,
of our day, even like what we think are like brain structure and like our identities is like at the end of the day, there's like a physical brain behind that, so it has to be some
yeah.
biology.
Right. So when it comes down to that, I try to question people on kind of like what existence is, and how they exist within the world, uh, and if they can somewhat agree that sex and gender are separate, then you then get down to the brain, right? You then start to talk about like what gender is, and the most consistent studies that we have are on the BSTC. So capital B, capital S, capital T, lowercase c,
BSTD or
TC.
PC.
Yeah, all yeah.
Um,
The BNTC is also used, but BSTC are some of the most consistent findings on, and there is no leaning left and right. Is that when we look at uh, trans individuals, they lean in that direction, but there are also individuals that fit, you know, in the non, and that's the thing, is that they're all kind of this bimodal spectrum.
yeah, I
That
almost find it like problematic if you try to like argue it from like you were saying that like from a biological standpoint that they seem to match these ways, because like we always are going to have these exceptions where people aren't going to identify within the like our understanding of things, but they definitely feel some way, and we shouldn't like reject their identity just because they feel some way. Like that just leads to a lot of
yeah,
problems. So
and that's why I stopped the argument. To me, it gave really sound results, but it's not about like how I look at it, it's about how other people look at it. To me, it's really good evidence from a perspective of gender, uh, that the brain is kind of like smacks in that sense, is that uh, there isn't this like one way or the other. It is that your brain exist in this state, and that's who you are.
yeah, so like your brain's existing in the state that it does, your identity is going to be based off of that. Um, but like we don't have the technology to like be able to read brains, so we can't say that like eventually if we have the technology to be able to read brains, we can just look at people's brains and seeing that people who identify as women, think that they're women. Go figure.
Well, no. That's what the BS no. That's what the BSTC does. Is it shows that that individuals who are uh, trans individuals like exist in this function, like the expression in the BSTC shows that it aligns more uh, with it's against sex assigned at birth. Like that's actually it shows it, and it's consistent. Like in all virtually every study that we have for this.
Yeah,
Um,
what I'm saying though is that like we can't just use a BSTC, like somebody's BSTC, um, to like be
oh
able
yeah,
to definitively say if they're man or female, because like we're just gonna always gonna have exceptions to this. So
oh yeah. And well, there's my white matter. There's a ton of other aspects of this. Yeah, because it's bimodal, and
mhm.
that's where it's like that's why I like stopped using it, because I was like, well, if someone doesn't like if we scan their brain, then it's kind of invalidating. So yeah, um, because the problem is that I don't see this as like the nail in the coffin, but a lot of people will. They'll stop there. it's just an evidence towards a perspective because that's what science does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's not like
Um,
it's not deductive proof, it's inductive or abductive like logic.
yeah, yeah. It's very much so inductive,
Yeah.
rather than deductive.
I would say a lot more of science is more abductive now, which includes deductive reasoning.
Yeah,
Besides the point, because a lot of it uses like
yeah.
like Bayesian
So
mathematics to tell how like give us like statistics about like our error bars. Like those are like it just means that a lot of it's abductive now. So
it's more like, hey, I believe this is true, and I'm saying here's evidence to say that your argument isn't true. Not that it's like definitive in this one specific area, but most people don't understand that. So it becomes, like I said, back to that transmedicalism.
yeah, it's really hard to
Um,
describe to people if they don't understand it to begin with.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
So it's like, oh, it's like this directly disproves what you're saying, but it's not. It is not the end all be all in a sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like the like how like the problem of evil or like the evidential problem of evil isn't like it isn't definitive proof that it couldn't exist, but it seems like it's very likely evidence that your
Yeah.
previous ideas were wrong. So,
I love that analogy. It is so perfect. Like, yeah, I'm not proving that God isn't real, but it starts to really decrease the likelihood.
I need to
Um,
find a new Stoic-based argument to disprove God because I think it's hilarious to use Stoics to disprove God. The one that used to rely on is actually false because I was misinformed. I used to say that Stoics. It used to be. It's actually a pretty common thing that like Stoics just seem to like kill excessively, but they don't. They just need to kill a lot of things because they have hyper fast metabolism and they can like starve to death in 24 hours, which is
yeah,
crazy.
it's like it's the basic premise of science, falsification. It is the most basic principle of science.
Yeah.
If you can falsify it, it dismantles the whole argument. But people don't understand this.
I've also been trying to like I need to start more asking of like if is there any evidence that couldn't match your worldview? Because if there isn't if it isn't possible to like if all evidence can be explained under your worldview, then it's like you don't actually have like a sufficient worldview. That which can explain everything explains nothing in particular.
Hold on, repeat that.
So like if you have like if God can do everything and everything can just be accounted for by God, you end up with this problem that he explains everything but then can't describe anything in particular well. Like it's just an overall like you can say that God created the universe but it doesn't like you can't explain why they did this.
Oh, I don't. I'm under a firm belief that the why is a horrible question.
Oh yeah, I agree, but like or like the causality of it or like why they're like you can't like there's no possible way which you could disprove a worldview that you know where something is
Oh,
explains
yeah. If
everything.
it's like
Um,
everything that like, yeah, why is it God? Why is it God? Why is it God? Or like, more so, it's like, when you look at something and you have an explanation, um, like it's magic at this point. I think it's
yeah,
like the better term. It's magic. There's no consistency when we know that there is consistency within our understanding of reality. So it just lacks consistency, I would say.
yeah. Well, this has been a good live, but I think I'm gonna go because Ian's live. So
No, you're good. You're good. It was
is wonderful.
dude.
Is it Ashlyn or
Yeah,
Ashland? Is the D
Ashlyn.
okay? So the D is just not is not there.
Well, the D is there.
Oh,
As a joke about my mom, she knew I would love the D. I also love the V, but she knew I would love the D.
okay.
Um,
I've just never seen that spelling before. That's why I asked. And I heard Ashland from other people, but no, it's just Ashland. God.
I will respond to someone that's saying you with the face. So, um,
You with the
is it
with the womb. No, with the uterus.
yeah,
That's what it was.
right? According to
So
according
with
to
the
Christy,
uterus.
according to Christy, right?
Yeah. This is gonna become a
It's
running joke at this point.
right. It's may I call you Stoats?
Yeah, Stoat. My real name is Keaton. If you wanna, yeah.
Keaton.
If you call me Stoat or Ski, I'll respond to either, or Keaton. I don't care.
Okay, I'm probably gonna forget it because I'm so horrible at names.
Same. I don't blame you. I'll
So
meet somebody
yeah.
4 times, have them like tell me it 4 times, and I'll be like, "What's your name again?" So I can't get mad at it. That's fine.
Yeah, very lovely to have this conversation. I'm gonna let you go. Uh, this conversation honestly brightened my week, if I'm gonna be honest.
Well, that's good. I had a good time. I do these lives because I think it's a morally good thing to do, and b, I don't know, it's fun. I think it's fun just smashing idiots in the face with logic. It's the morally right thing we should do.
Oh
And
yeah, Cole, you're good. I'm used to it.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I figured I would ask just because I heard it, and I'm like, So
Yeah, it's a weird name. Sorry. I apologize on the behalf of my mother. Um, I didn't name myself, you know.
oh darn, no, this is totally. I'm gonna blame you for your name that you were assigned by somebody else. No. All
All
right.
right.
Well, it was fun. Thanks for coming on. I'll probably see you around, I guess, most likely.
I hope so.
I hope so too. That's what I'm saying too.
All right.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. And then we can actually go and where is my if anybody's still here, we are going to raid. Where's Ian? Ian, let's go.
But I understand that it's just not going to work because